Αξιότιμες κυρίες, αξιότιμοι κύριοι.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Anastasia Miseyani, for events of the Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature, and I welcome you to the Climate Era Day, which is taking place with the support of the Foundation Latsis, whom we thank, aims to promote the role of environmental education for the younger generation, the society, and the economy. It is a great pleasure and a great honor for the Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature to host distinguished speakers from Greece and abroad, from the field of science, education, lifelong learning, the civic society, the business world, and the media. We would like to thank the Foundation Vasilis and Marina Theocharaki for their hosting, their hospitality, as well as all our communication sponsors. The Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature is the oldest environmental organization in Greece, 72 years since 1951 until today, and aims at the protection of Hellenic
όσων αγαπούν την Ελλάδα για τη φυσική κληρονομιά της. Από την
love Greece for its natural heritage, always with the contribution of its members, scientists, intellectuals, and people related to nature. The society has played an avant-garde role for the protection of flora and fauna and habitats. An important moment in its history was the signing of the International Ramsar Convention for the protection of wetlands by Viron Antipas, who was the Secretary General of the society, who represented Greece in Ramsar in Iran. Today, the actions of HSPN, which are supported by an extended network of scientists, teachers, volunteers, is focusing on the following sectors: environmental interventions, projects for the protection of nature, environmental education, sustainable management in the field of tourism, awareness raising of the public through speeches, talks, excursions, and other actions. And the HSPN represents in Greece the Foundation for Environmental Education since 1992, and it is the national manager of its international programs, which include 3 programs that promote environmental education and education for sustainability on all levels of schools, the ecological schools, the journalists for environment and learning about forests, implemented with the assistance of the Ministry of Education, the Blue Flag, which is an action aiming at the protection of organized beaches and marinas, and Green Key, which aims at the sustainable management of tourist installations of any form and size. The Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature is a member of international organizations such as the IUCN, and collaborates with a lot of different NGOs, universities, local government agencies in Greece and abroad for the implementation of projects for the protection of nature. It has been awarded by the Academy of Athens, the Council of Europe, and the Ford Foundation. At the beginning of 2023, the Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature, in the context of its strategy, the national strategy, and in the context of its collaboration with the FEE to promote quality environmental education for all, has inaugurated a series of actions in view of climate education for the broader public. The first stage is Protection of Nature Lab. 4 speeches took place, and the next stage is this day. Climate crisis is amongst us. We experience its consequences. We have seen that in a painful way during this summer, and we will experience it in the coming years. Constant information of the citizens is of imperative need. Everyone rings a bell, the scientists, for instance, and others, for many years, and it is time to listen to them and promote action on a local, national, and global scale, because there is no more time. A few days ago, we lost someone who had a very great contribution to our society, Aliki Pavouri, who started Aliki Pavouri, who served environmental education in the society, but also in the Foundation for Environmental Education. For her contribution, she had been promoted as an honorary member in 2021. Before proceeding to our program, let's keep a moment of silence in her memory.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θα ήθελα να παρακαλέσω τον
I would like to ask Mr. Nikos Petrou, who is the president of the Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature and vice president of the Foundation for Environmental Education, to take the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us despite the difficulties of this day, and I would like to welcome you on behalf of the society. I have to give you the outline of this event today pertaining to education and the transformation of education, but let me start, if I may, with the environmental grievance or sorrow, a term used by the great American Andrew Leopold in the 40s to describe the feelings that we experience, the emotions we experience vis-à-vis the destruction of the natural environment. I was not in Greece today. I was experiencing great grief, this ecological grief. I was in Dadia many times, and a lot of things have taken place there. Last year, the wildfires destroyed a small part of this area. Nothing could prepare me for what happened today, and nothing could prepare the citizens of Thessaly for what happened in their region, for these floods and the reversal of their lives this summer. But let's not think just about this summer, because last year we had the same, and 2 years ago we had the same. We see catastrophes and disasters all over the planet, in Canada, in Libya, in South United States, in Florida, disasters that show that the impact of climate change becomes more intense, with a greater duration, and more catastrophical. And we see that the efforts to face them, to tackle them by the society and the politicians are lagging behind them, both in speed, size, and above all. Eugene Linden, the author in Fire and Flood,
για το ιστορικό της κλιματικής κρίσης ήδη από τη δεκαετία του 70 και αναλύει
already from the 50s and analyzes the reasons we have reached this point. And he presents the 4 clocks of climate crisis. So we have the first clock, which is the clock of events. It takes place in real time. We have the clock of science, which is going slower than real events, though recently we have better data, greater analysis, so the science has approached reality and can make better predictions and forecasts. We have the clock of the society, which is even more is even slower, because the society has not accepted things about climate change. There is a lack in information. Then we have the clock of the economy and businesses, which is even more slow. And I would add a fifth clock, the clock of politicians and policies globally, which is even slower. Personally speaking, I think it is really discouraging and very, very dangerous to continue speaking about the Millennium events and 500 years events when science shows us that the Medicanes, as the ones we have experienced in 2020 with Ianos and this year with Daniel, is something that comes more frequently and will continue to do so in the coming years, because it is due to the increase in sea temperature. Very simple scientific facts. If we have higher temperatures in the sea, we will have more catastrophic cyclones. If we do not realize that on all levels, tackling will always be deficient and we will be running after the events. It is discouraging that global governments, it's not just our privilege. Global governments find it difficult to understand that the cost of prevention and proper planning is much, much lower than the cost of restoration. And we do not include the social cost in this and the cost in the reversal of the lives of people. We need to understand that the yardstick of decisions must be put by scientists, by the science. It cannot be based on the 4-year period of a government term. And the planning that takes place today cannot be based on the rationale and the scientific data of which are outdated. There are data, recent data, that we have to listen to, and we have to convince the citizens, because a lot of reversal will take place in our lives and in our daily life. Reversals that most of us are not ready to accept, and I include myself in this. So we need to see how this transformation will take place. I believe that it is a paradox that just 3 years ago, the global community managed to face in a concerted manner, in partnership and based on science, the pandemic, with the objections that one might have regarding this dealing with the pandemic. And the citizens accepted measures that so far were very difficult, were unseen, but they were accepted because science dictated that. And if we consider that the pandemic was a phenomenon that would end, all the pandemics, Mr. Epikoulis and Mr. Tsouphos will confirm that. This is the nature of pandemics. So here we have a phenomenon which will never end. It will deteriorate with time. It threatens not just humanity, but all beings on the planet, and we do not seem to be facing it in the same way that we did with the pandemic. I come now to the asymmetry of the society's clock. We have a major deficit of knowledge and acceptance of scientific view. There is a suspicion towards science. We have to ask ourselves, what's wrong with that? Why is this happening? We have to see the role of the media. We have to see how information gets through, which quite often takes place in a way that people become more anxious, and this is exacerbated. And the citizens are led to despair, to apathy, and to resignation. And this is the worst thing we can do. So, a horizontal way to face all these things is education, education of all of us on all levels. And here, the FEE has been implementing since 2021 its new strategy, intensifying its efforts and having new activities with new criteria. And we have managed there to be the interlocutors of the UN with UNESCO and UNEP, and plays a decisive role in the Secretary General's initiatives for the modernization of education. Our society, as representative of the FEE, has the programs of sustainable education, where the ecological schools, as you will see, constitute the best tool for the green partnership and the change in education. And we will hear more on that by the following speakers. Thank you.
Now, we do have with us, connected through the Zoom, our main speaker, Mrs. Sara Margono, Project Officer in the Section of Education for Sustainable Development from UNESCO. She's going to talk to us about the Greening Education Partnership. Is she with us, Ms. Margono?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't think that everybody hears you. Can you speak again so that we check that?
Yes, of course. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can. And I have opened my camera as well. I don't know if you can see it.
Can you hear? Ακούτε? Όχι. Κάτι είναι θέμα με τα ηχεία έχουμε. Sarah, can you speak again?
Yes, of course.
Can you hear? Την ακούτε? Okay. Πώς το κάνω? Μπορούμε να δούμε την οθόνη?
I'm also sharing my screen, but I don't know if you can see me.
Give us 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay. Now we can see you and we can hear you. Thank you, and sorry for the delay.
No worries. Thank you very much for having me today, and it was very insightful to hear the beginning and the opening of this Climate Era event. So I am Sara Margono Samsudin, Project Officer in the Education for Sustainable Development section at UNESCO. And I'm happy to speak to you about the Greening Education Partnership event. So, to explain a bit about the Greening Education Partnership, let's first go back to the concept behind it. So the concept of greening education is embedded in UNESCO's work on education for sustainable development, for which we are the lead UN agency, focusing in particular on the role of education to address the climate crisis. It aims to empower learners to become agents of change by equipping them with the knowledge, skills, attitude, and values to build environmentally sustainable societies. And the road to this process has been accelerated by several efforts, processes, and declarations that have really been building further momentum until today. We had the Berlin Declaration, the pre-COP events in Milan, and the ministerial session at COP26 and COP27 on climate change education, as well as the Transforming Education Summit. Over 70 ministers and vice ministers and over 2,800 education and environment stakeholders made strong political commitments to transform learning for the survival of the planet by adopting the Berlin Declaration on ESD during the UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development, which was held in May 2021 in Berlin and was hosted by the government of Germany. Through the Berlin Declaration, countries committed to ensure that ESD is a foundational element of our education systems at all levels, with environment and climate action as a core curriculum component. And so this concept of greening education gained further momentum during the pre-COP youth event in September 2021 in Milan, as well as during the ministerial session, which were for the first time bringing together education ministers together with environment/climate change ministers to discuss further actions that needed to be taken to upscale the role of education as a central tool to address the climate crisis. So in terms of access to greening education, where do we stand today? Well, UNESCO studies have recently found that only half of national education policies and curricula mention climate change. And while 95% of primary and secondary teachers believe that teaching climate change is essential, only 23% of teachers can explain well how to take action on climate change. And as you can see on this slide, in terms of quality of the climate change education that is available, a recent survey that we did, actually we did it last year, where we engaged with over 17,000 young people, and over 70% of them felt that they lacked the knowledge and understanding to explain climate change. They also asked for reflective, solution-based, and action-oriented pedagogies instead of what most of the time is very much passive ways of learning about climate change. And so it will require a powerful multi-stakeholder alliance bringing together governments and a wide range of stakeholders, which will be backed by strong commitment and funding. And this is where the Greening Education Partnership comes in. As a response to everything I've just mentioned, during the Transforming Education Summit, the need to green education was highlighted, particularly for the discussion paper and consultations on Thematic Action Track 2, Learning and Skills for Life, Work and Sustainable Development. And as a key outcome of the Transformative Education Summit, the Greening Education Partnership was launched. And it aims to deliver on the greening of schools, learning and curricula, capacities and skills, and entire communities to achieve transforming education and tackle the planetary crisis by harnessing education's potential for climate change adaptation and mitigation. And the objectives of these partnerships are clear. First, foster better coordination and stronger collaboration among stakeholders to enable synergetic and strategic implementation, knowledge management and research in support of a vibrant community of practice, as well as advocacy and communication and monitoring of progress to inform the global efforts on climate change education as part of the overall work on ESD, Education for Sustainable Development. So through this partnership, we hope to break silos and duplication, to enhance effectiveness and efficiency of programs and maximize impact through broad collaboration with stakeholders that have expertise in social, economic, cultural, and environmental facets of the climate crisis. So for a brief overview of this membership, I am actually pleased to share that as of today, we have 80 member states and over 1,000 organizations that have joined the partnership. So the idea of greening education has gained currently with member states and stakeholders. And for instance, 87% of member states say that they have joined the partnership and that they plan to review their curriculum and integrate climate change, biodiversity, and other sustainable development areas into the curriculum in the next 3 years. And over 87% of them actually also plan to green their teacher training. So the Greening Education Partnership focuses on 4 working groups. And to encourage member states and stakeholders to act, the 4 areas are described as follows. So greening schools to ensure education policy are climate smart. School facilities and operations are climate proof, decision-making inclusive, and the local community is engaged. Greening curriculum to ensure relevant and quality curriculum and pedagogy on climate change education. Greening teacher training and education system capacities to strengthen the capacities of teachers as well as the capacity of education systems, which includes policy, planning, and finance. And lastly, greening communities for a whole school, whole of society approach to climate change education to become climate resilient through lifelong learning. Very quickly on the governance structure of the partnership, it is composed of an advisory group, including representatives of member states, civil society organizations, international organizations, private sector, foundations, and young people. In this advisory group, we also aim to have the current COP presidency and future COP presidency, so that education is actually very much of a central part of COPs. The 4 working groups, each focusing on one of the 4 pillars, have also been established as I've just presented. So greening school, greening curriculum, greening teacher training and education systems capacities, as well as greening communities. And UNESCO serves as the secretariat of the partnership and provides both programmatic and coordination support. So in terms of strategic activities of the partnership, we have 4 broad areas. First, networking to understand each other's work towards collaboration and synergy. This includes the quarterly working group meeting for each pillar of the partnership. Actually, the next one is coming on the 2nd of October. We will have the first annual JET meeting at COP28. And diverse capacity building webinars, such as the one in May that we held, which was focusing on COP28, where collective information sharing and discussion on how to strengthen education agenda at COP was discussed. Secondly, we have the global standard setting. For example, 2 technical guidance are being discussed and developed in working groups on greening school and greening curriculum. I will come back to this by giving more details on the greening school quality standard specifically. Thirdly, stronger country-level action on greening education through synergized support for countries by partner based on the needs of the country. And finally, monitoring of progress and research. As we're also working on finding the best way to define what we mean by success for the JEP and how we will measure that. This will include, for instance, defining what we mean by making every learner climate ready and what data is available already to contribute to that understanding. So diving a bit more into the 4 working groups. Working Group 1, Greening School, for which actually happened to be the focal point. So as of today, there's actually 56 member states that have expressed their interest in joining this Greening School Working Group and 524 organizations that have joined. The key coordinators for Working Group 1 are 3 organizations, so FEE, Foundation for Environmental Education, and I see that Pramod will be speaking soon as well in this event, the World Food Programme and the Aga Khan Foundation. And so Working Group 1 works on greening schools to ensure a whole institution approach, including greening teaching and learning, climate-ready school facilities and operation, inclusive governance, and community engagement. And the goal is that all countries will have at least 50% of school, colleges, and university becoming green schools by 2030. And so one way to achieve this is centered around the development of the Green School Quality Standard. So what is the Green School Quality Standard that we are developing and why do we need it? So this is a practical document which aims to define minimum standard for what a green school is, ready to use and be implemented by countries as it is developed to be relevant for a variety of contexts and will be accompanied by the list of existing school accreditation schemes globally. It translates at the school level a set of key principles and practices to holistically integrate a whole institution approach to ESD within all 4 dimensions of school, teaching and learning, facilities and operation, governance, and community engagement. And so the objectives are to transform education system and experiences for learners so that they are empowered to engage in climate action, reinforce educators' capacities to make sure climate change education is taught in an interdisciplinary way and as a core curriculum component, monitor progress on a regular basis so that 50% of schools are green by 2030. The process to develop this Green School Quality Standard really entails a collaborative process including consultation and pilot phases with key stakeholders, such as existing key accreditation schemes, policymakers, and a selection of schools in 8 different countries so far. The release of this document is planned for next summer, and currently we are undertaking the first phase of consultation with all members of Working Group 1 of the Greening Education Partnership, as well as piloting the standard in 8 countries through the coordination of UNESCO field offices. So now, coming back to the Greening Education Partnership on Working Group 2, which focuses on greening curriculum. So currently we have 56 member states and 624 organizations that have joined this working group. It is coordinated by the Office for Climate Education, OCE, IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, and Dubai Cares. And this working group is concerned with greening curriculum to ensure relevance and quality of learning content and pedagogy on climate change education. The goal is to increase the number of countries which include climate change education addressing climate mitigation and adaptation in school curricula and teaching, learning practices at all levels, including TVET curricula. Working Group 3, which is coordinated by Education International, Global Partnership for Education and UNICEF, gathers 52 member states and 453 organizations. And so this working group focuses on greening teacher training and education systems capacities in order to strengthen policy planning, finance, and implementation. The goal is to strengthen education system to be climate smart with adequate measures. And this will support the acquisition of skills required for the green transition in 2030. Finally, Working Group 4, Greening Communities, coordinated by UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and World Scout Movement. And it is really focusing on the engagement of communities by integrating climate education in lifelong learning, and particularly through community centers and learning cities. The goal is that all countries are able to report on at least 3 different ways in which lifelong learning opportunities, including schools to work transitions, are made available for adults outside the formal education system to develop the skills, attitudes, and behaviors to tackle climate change. So one component of the monitoring of progress within the JEP will be the baseline review. It was sent to all member organizations in August, and it will gather key data points such as details on the work of the members of JEP, possible contributions of the members to the collaborative activities, existing data and evidence on the key aspects of 4 pillars of the JEP to develop a baseline understanding of the current status of greening education. The review will remain open throughout September as we continue to receive responses. Once the data and evidence have been gathered, the Secretariat will then prepare a final report compiling all evidence received to present at COP28, which will be hosted in UAE, as you know. And so finally, to conclude on the key advocacy moments ahead of us, so in December, greening education will be highlighted at COP28, including through high-level events on climate change and education. So a head of state event and a ministerial session will be organized. And we have launched an open call to JEP members and other organizations, inviting them to organize sessions in the Greening Education Pavilion, which is hosted by the Ministry of Education of UAE and is designed around the Greening Education Partnership 4 pillars. The UN General Assembly happening this week, and the SDG Summit and the Climate Ambition Summit will present major opportunities to advocate for the critical role of education as a key driver of social transformation in tackling climate change. Member states of JEP will highlight the strong political commitment on greening education and advocate for global action to concretely integrate climate change education through the action of the Greening Education Partnership in the lead up to COP28 and beyond. So thank you very much for this quick presentation on JEP and some details about the Green School Quality Standard that we are in the process of developing. If you have any questions on the Greening Education Partnership, please contact the Secretariat, which is hosted in the ESD section of UNESCO, and you have all the contact details available on the screen now.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Margano. It was really a pleasure to have you with us. Okay, συνεχίζουμε με το πρόγραμμά μας. Να προσπαθήσουμε να κρατήσουμε...
Now we go on with our program, trying to stick to our schedule, because maybe some speakers might have to leave a bit earlier on. So we go on with the presentation of the research trends of the civic society regarding the climate crisis, which took place on behalf of the society. Mr. Fanaras, President and CEO of Metro Analysis, will present it.
Είμαστε έτοιμοι?
Are we ready? Good afternoon. First of all, Mr. President, dear members of the Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature, I would like to thank you for the invitation to have this collaboration and for your trust. And since time is restricted, we have just 15 minutes, we will try to present some of the elements that can, we believe, be food for thought and discussion that come out of this research. First of all, this research took place because it is important during these times to state when it took place. It took place from the 29th of August until the 4th of September. That is, after the wildfires, but before the flooding of Thessaly by Daniel, the Daniel Medicae. It is a Hellenic sample of 1,005 people, 17 years onwards, and it took place from a CAP system, telephone and live panel. I will go on if technology assists me. First of all, let's see what was the general climate at that time. We have a stable question that we are following in order to see what is the feeling of the people as to how things go in the country. So 37% said that they are going towards the right direction and 57% towards the wrong. On the lower right part, you see a time series, which is interesting because all the researches that we had done until the beginning of summer, where at that time, I recall, we had the elections, and therefore there was a lot of juxtaposition. They showed a stable climate as to how things go for the country. Approximately 44%. It was a line, a stable line, as you see. But now, just before the disasters by Daniel, at the end of summer and after the wildfires, this figure went from 44 to 37. So we had a first feeling of burdening, of deterioration of the general climate. And of course, as one understands, this was independent from political tensions or any other such thing. The next finding, which is interesting, is that we asked then for a spontaneous answer to what they consider the most important problems in the country. The first thing that we see here, and we are presenting a comparative table with a research that we had in April 2022 on behalf of the Ministry of Climate Crisis and Civil Protection, together with Yanneosis. Again, the people consider high prices and economy as the most important, the most serious problems. But we have in the third position the destruction of natural environment with 9%. And if we take a look afterwards, we will see that there are other issues such as the pandemics, climate change, and other references that increase this percentage and bring to the third position for the country the problems pertaining to the climate crisis or climate change, whichever you choose. But let me point out an interesting element. The climate crisis and the destruction of natural environment, although they are not perceived as the first problems for the country, they become the first problems when we include the planet. When we ask what is the most important problem that the planet is facing today, 29% state climate change, 21% say the destruction of natural environment.
Ένα άλλο 5% μας λέει είναι αυθόρμητες απαντήσεις. Ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα. Βλέπετε λοιπόν ότι αν αυτά τα αθροίσουμε, είναι μακράν πρώτες αναφορές για τα προβλήματα που σχετίζονται με την περιβαλλοντική καταστροφή.
References showing that these are the problems: the climate change, the destruction, and extreme weather phenomena. And we can see the comparison from the research in 2022. From 13% it went to 29%. Climate change. The destruction of the natural environment again increased percentage from 17 to 21. Extreme weather phenomena from 2 to 5%. So in fact, we have more than 5%, more than 1 out of 2, prioritized as the most important problem of the planet today, the problems pertaining to the environment. Does this raise an issue? We can say yes. Already. There is an issue. There is a discussion, and there is a feeling and a question mark when we talk about the environment. And this is the following. Since people see that there is a problem with climate change, etc., etc., why don't they act accordingly in order to limit the impact, to help face the repercussions? There is a dimension which appears already from what we have shown. It is a different thing to talk about the roots of the problem and the references, and there is another thing to talk about the repercussions. The roots are on a planetary scale and the repercussions are local. So when you try to face something with the weapons that you have on a local scale, you have a sense of futility. So we need to pay attention, and I'm not talking about us here, the humanity as a whole. We have to build planetary mechanisms, powerful planetary mechanisms that will guide this effort to solve the problems. And since the president said that he would add a 5th clock, I think that he is absolutely right. This 5th clock is the most important one. It's the most important cycle to mobilize the planetary powers to face the climate crisis and not just the repercussions, because they do not have a full picture of the things, but they have this sense of futility when they try to do things. Now, let's go on to some more casual things, more mundane, if you wish. We asked them whether they believe that there is an issue of climate change. 84% said yes. This percentage is a bit lower than in 2022. From 91, it went to 84. But it is quite similar to other countries of the Mediterranean that we compared. We found a research carried out by Yale in 2022. You see in Spain 92, Turkey 89. At that time it was 91 for us. So indeed, one thing is that a vast majority of people say that there is a crisis, a climate crisis, and on the other hand, the existence of this climate crisis is somehow differentiated. And these differentiations, and now I'm coming into the topic of education, they are related to the level of information that people have. Those who say that the climate crisis exists are paradoxically, possibly, the people who are older. If someone tried to explain that, we have seen from quality researchers that this happens not because the older ones are more educated, but because they have broader experience. They have experience that they can compare with. Whereas the younger people who have been in a very closed environment during the last years due to the pandemic and the restrictions to move, etc., the younger people have a more limited view of things, to put it that way. The second reason is that the views regarding the climate crisis have become highly political, and this is a very serious issue. They are included in the political agenda, and we find parties and ideologies, etc. You know very well what I'm talking about. We see that there are people there who have a very different view about climate change, and they say that they are not concerned. But I will go a bit faster because my time is ending.
What is also important is that this reference is accompanied by the belief that this is a man-made crisis. It's not just that it exists, but 63%, 2 out of 3, tell us that this is a man-made crisis, and moreover, that this whole thing creates concern. 8 out of 10 are really concerned or very concerned about the impact of the crisis. So, of course, we heard that we have new terminology introduced in our daily lives, such as environmental grief or environmental stress, etc. I think that we've all experienced it during the summer months. Whenever it was there was wind, we were all worried about the wildfires. So I'll skip these to save us some time. I want to refer to that transparency. It has to do with information. So it seems that 2 out of 3, 65%, say that they need more information on climate change. These are higher figures as compared to other countries when we take a look at the Yale survey. And of course, they are linked to the view whether there is or not a climate crisis. Those who claim that there is climate crisis consider that we need more information on that. Those who don't believe in the climate crisis do not consider that they need more information. Again, here, this is those who do have the experience are the older generation people who consider that there is an issue here and they ask for more information. There are other social classes as well, or categories, etc. You'll see that these are mostly farmers, people who live close to nature, and not those who live in the cities. Also, people believe that, well, 3 out of 4 believe that the climate change should become a top priority for the Greek government. And of course, we have found out even more so after what has happened in Thessaly with the floods. And again, the political dimension enters, and this helps us draw certain conclusions. So we see intense concern vis-a-vis the catastrophe, the disaster, and hence the protection of the natural environment. At a global level, the environment and mainly the climate change are considered to be the most important problems by far. The view on the existence of the climate change is quite high in Greece, but they are not always well-founded. They are linked to the circumstances and the politicization of the problem. The climate change is considered to be man-made from an overwhelming majority. There are increased feelings of concern, and that it should be high in the list of priorities of governments globally, because we keep on identifying that there is a divide between the local, the national character and the global one. There is a need to have better and more information. This is important both regarding this event and what we've heard about young people and training and education on the climate change, in order to have a majority that will have a good knowledge on the issues of climate. Thank you very much. We warmly thank Mr. Fanaras for the presentation of this very interesting survey. And now, Mr. Manuel Pikoulis, Dean of the School of Health Sciences from the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, is going to give us his comments and proceed to comparative analysis of research findings. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature for this invitation for me to participate in today's event to provide my comments on the survey by Metron analysis. To continue over what Mr. Fanaras pointed out, I'd like to focus on 2 points. Some qualitative conclusions that are drawn regarding the way we experience climate crisis and climate change in our country. The second thing has to do with the usefulness of such a survey vis-a-vis the planning of interventions for the entire society. And such a survey indicates and highlights the fact that we have come to realize that climate change is there. It's an existing problem. It's a problem that concerns us all. And I'm convinced, and I think that Mr. Fanaras will agree with me, that if we had the survey now, after the Thessaly floods, the percentages of those worried would be even higher. So this differentiation, this gap between the fact that climate crisis is a global issue, yet the burning issues pertaining to the Greeks are high prices, economy, etc. I think that particularly after the wildfires in Rhodes and the floods in Thessaly, the priorities would have changed. Through these catastrophic events, we see the impact of climate change on two big major products in a country: tourism and agricultural and rural development. At the same time, we see how the climate change is linked to natural disasters and public health. In one of the surveys of the Eurobarometer in September, we see that 94% of our population in Greece considers that handling of climate crisis and environmental issues should be a priority regarding public health improvements. 82% agree that the cost of the disasters due to climate change is much higher than the cost of investments required for green transition. This is partly the response to the conclusion of your survey that the majority of citizens attribute the climate change to humanity's action. We had already discussed that last year, again, together with Mr. Tsouros, as to what the day after should be at the level of activation. And you had also referred to the eternal crisis, the perma-crisis that we experience. This is a multidimensional crisis, since its characteristics and features And outcomes are dependent on the causes. How can we create resistance and resilience? The survey showed us that there is a need to raise awareness in the younger generations and in the lower educational group classes. We also heard about references vis-a-vis the results at the local and regional level. This is where the crux of the matter is regarding the planning of interventions. We need to raise awareness and activate the local ecosystem, the local government, and the local societies, and their involvement in the planning of interventions pertaining to the day after, if we are to face the consequences of climate crisis. We see this in every environmental issue, and in particular in natural disasters. Local society is a cornerstone of prevention and management. Now, from the point of view of the university, the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, we were members of an interdisciplinary scientific team in Thessaly ever since point zero, under the coordination of the ministry. Now, the feeling, well, what we came across, Mr. Fanaras, is that the people were ready. Elderly people, we went together with psychologists, etc. We went to Palamas, we visited that village, and we asked them, how are you feeling? And they told us, we have already lived that. We have already experienced that, because we were expecting to see people who were afraid, who were amazed and surprised, etc. They said, we have seen this before. There was an old lady who was really sad because she had lost photographs from her childhood. It was impressive because those who first responded were citizens themselves. So elderly people and farmers were the ones who showed resilience and activation. Local doctors were alert and they handled cases immediately. They all showed adaptability and flexibility, and they did whatever had to be done to handle this flood phenomenon. And everyone was talking about the previous experience from 1994 in Ianos. They were all repeating that they knew how to deal with that because they had relived it. This is the main point of interventions for prevention and mitigation of the environmental vulnerability that is highlighted by your survey. And we get data that help us understand how to keep track of the trends of this climate deregulation. Concluding, I'd like to say that it all sounds good and fine, but this feeling of information, as a person from academia, I have to tell you that you need to convey a message of education by teaching people. This is what I always say. It is only by educating and training people that you can get rid of panic in a disaster. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Πικουλή για το σχολιασμό του.
We thank Mr. Pikoulis for his comments. We go on with Mr. Pramod Kumar Sharma from the Foundation for Environmental Education. He's a senior education director, and he will talk about the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration 2021-2030.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to be able to interact with you. When we were planning this session, I shifted my presentation after the survey, and I think that the survey has beautifully brought out the need for the education and the need and the key intervention education and awareness can play in raising the profile of the issues that people are facing, especially among the young people who might not be connecting the dots and understanding the issue completely. Second is also that came out, and Sarah also highlighted, moving from the knowledge-based education model where we talk about the problem, move to solution-based approaches and look at how we can take action as individual level. And I was looking at the data, 2 areas that can have the maximum impact, for example, in Greece, is in terms of transportation and buildings and use of energy as such. And that has a big connection with people and the consumption habits. And then I think we need to look at the other aspects of consumption and action that we can take as individual, also along with the position that we hold within the work that we do. You might be all knowing Foundation for Environmental Education is now a 42-year-old organization. It's a network of organization in 81 countries, over 100 members. And it was mentioned about the 3 areas that we have prioritized since 2021: environmental pollution, protection of global biodiversity, and then empowering for climate action. And we run a set of 2 programs. One set works with young people, focusing on education, Eco School. At a tertiary and higher education, the program is called FEE Eco Campus Program. Young Reporters for Environment, which is a leadership development program, focusing on the power the young people have and their ability to use media to train them on journalistic skills and help them become a voice for environment in their communities and talk about solutions. And the third is learning about forest, and which is supporting the other 2 programs by establishing the connection with nature. And that's an important aspect of environmental education, is that if you want people to do conservation or take conservation action, they have to feel it and they need to realize their connection with nature, the environment. If it is at a distance, then it is difficult to convince anybody to protect something as abstract as biodiversity or something they feel. And that also is indicated in the survey, is that climate change is a global problem and other issues are local problems, but they are not realizing the connection between climate change and the impacts it is having, for example, in Greece in form of adverse climatic events, floods or fires. And the other 2 programs are also well-known tourism-based program, Blue Flag looking at beaches, and Greece is one of the countries with the highest number of blue flags flying around, more than 600. And Green Key, which is looking at driving sustainability in the hospitality sector. This is the spread of our network. And to support such a diverse network and the capacity building needs, we have also created a platform called FEE Academy, supporting online teaching and learning of different stakeholders who work with us, right from hotel managers, teachers, young people on journalistic skills. It's a completely free platform. We almost have around 5,000 users with 20 courses. And it was developed during COVID and is now becoming a key tool for training and capacity building. And we encourage, and we are working with HSPN to develop some courses in Greek and offer it and translation and adaptation of existing English courses. So, in the morning, in the opening, the Greening Education Partnership was shared, and Eco School is one of the major programs, which is a pillar which is supporting greening schools. And a green school as a concept, which is Eco School, is basically ensuring a holistic education. And by the nature of how an Eco School program works or environmental education happens, which is connected with solutions, experiential, it has an potential to impact the quality of education because it's realistic and it's hands-on. It is also prioritizing sustainability and encouraging and promoting the stewardship. As an Eco Schools, we are offering this package of services to countries to help them achieve the target of 50% schools, universities, colleges, or kindergarten achieve the accreditation of a green school. So that range from training of teachers through FEE Academy or face-to-face training, educational resources. We are in discussion with some corporate partners also to develop more resources based on the need that has been come out. Coordination of schools, convening. Already there are around 400 eco schools in Greece, but the target is 7,000 schools. So we need to scale it up by a power of or a factor of 10. So that's the challenge. That how do we come together as a group and make it happen? Then case studies of how to do it. These 400 schools who are already doing it for last 30 years are a great resource. They can share their journey, they can share their experience, and if each one of them handholds 3 more schools, we'll see in 1 year 1,200 schools. And so we need to be innovative in terms of how the things can be scaled up. And we are also developing, and within 6 months, that IT platform for monitoring and evaluation and MIS will be there, which will help us capture the data from each school of what's happening, what climate change impact they are creating, to what extent the carbon emission is being reduced. So it's a data-driven thing also. It's not about just doing things which traditionally education has been doing, but seeing that it is also creating an impact through the programs, and of course, FEE Academy. And I would also like to highlight the Young Reporters for Environment as a key solution for Pillar 4. And I don't know whether you noticed that in Sara's UNESCO's presentation, the least number of partners, 43%, are in the full Pillar 4, greening communities. And in the survey also, the greening, it came out in a big way to the need for creating more awareness among communities and lifelong learning. And Young Reporters for Environment, which is a journalistic-based program, has that potential to scale up the awareness amongst the people and the solutions in the communities where they live. And it is a powerful tool to empower a young person, but also bring about change in the community. And we are looking at how this could be a tool to support action for greening communities. So Greening Education Partnership is one big global action that is happening, led by UN. The other one is as part of the Decade for Ecosystem Restoration, which is being led by UNEP, the other organization which is running environment education action around the world, along with the Food and Agriculture Organization. And we have been part of it since 2021 when it started. But last year, UNEP came to us and asked, would you be able to lead the challenge on education? Because we also see education as a key solution when we are looking at restorative education. And then we realized that we need expertise. And so we tied up with UNESCO and North American Association for Environmental Education to lead this development of education challenge. So the idea when we are looking at restoration education is very basic. Is basically reestablishing the lost connection that we had with nature, starting with that. And what we have also learned, and I was sharing with some of the colleagues yesterday, is that we need to start very early in life. With my own experience, I have seen that being able to enjoy nature is a learned behavior. If you don't learn that in terms of playing in dirt or enjoying your time in a forest or sitting on a beach, if you're not done it very early in your life, it's difficult to learn that or enjoy that in later years. And in many cases, young people who have been brought up in cities see that as a nuisance or waste of time. And they would like to do more with their IT or tools, tablets and things like that, or enjoy more in urban scenarios, but not establish or reconnect with nature. So this is an important learning that we got, and research is also saying that the earlier you get a child to experience nature, better chances of them being green citizens I mentioned, so the decade is running from 21 to 2030, led by the UN Environment and Food and Agriculture Organization. And it has different dimensions. The idea is basically to create a global movement to prevent, halt, and reverse the degradation of ecosystem and raise awareness of the importance of successful ecosystem restoration. It is a campaign to bring back nature to the status that they are. And when we are talking of reversing the loss, we are talking about the reverse, basically the impacts of the climate change, like fire or flood, and all those kind of adverse events, which is deteriorating the degradation at a very faster rate compared to what we have been seeing in previous decade, and things are getting worse as such. And that also came out beautifully in the survey, that people don't necessarily connect those issues with each other. And that's also an important part in environmental education, the systemic thinking, the competency to think and link different aspects of environment and see it in a holistic way, and not see the problem in a short term or in isolation. The idea in terms of this is based on the basis of science. Like, for example, the 75% of Earth's land, 60% of the oceans are impacted by human activity, and the impact is increasing on a daily basis. 40% of the world population is suffering from the effects of soil degradation, and the climate change impact 1.5 is no longer attainable. But then where we stop? The question is where we stop, where we stop at 2 degree, 2.5 degree, or 3 degree, and what will be the cyclic effect of if we are not able to. And the scientists, I think, have coined that runaway climate change impact, where after that, it will be impossible to reverse the impact that are being created because of the climate change. The mission and the vision is to reestablish the health and well-being of the planet and the life on Earth. The planet will live, but whether the life on the planet will be there or not, that's the question that as a humanity we need to ask. Earth will be there as such, but then how do we get about it? And then the issue is degradation, but then there are issues of fragmentation, there are issues of isolation, there are issues of change of the ecosystems, and the decade is trying to bring attention to that as a fundamental basis on which our well-being depends. It's not just about life, but it is about the quality of life that we would like to have. And there is an impact, a connection between environment and health, environment and prosperity, environment and livelihood, and also now coming about the mental well-being and all those aspects that are also seen, especially among young people when they are not sure about their life or future because of issues like climate change, and then anxiety is becoming a real problem in the society. And they are not looking at adding up what's already being done. The important point is that they are looking at additionality, what we can add to what's already being done around the world. And that's the important aspect, because we will have to scale up restoration action. We cannot just add up and continue as business as usual, that these actions are being taken. But we need to plan new actions and new ways of being able to arrest the degradation and bring back our natural ecosystem to health. So there, as part of the action plan 2021 to 30, they have indicated 12 specific areas of action. And area 6 is the challenge on education, that along with North American Association for Environmental Education and UNESCO, we agreed to lead. we are not looking that in isolation, because we cannot go to young people or a school or a college. Now you have to do climate change. Now you have to do ecosystem restoration education. Now you have to do biodiversity education. Now you have to do water education. We are trying to see that how do we bring that together as part of Greening Education Partnership, as part of Education for Sustainable Development, and do not increase the load on education system. And that's the biggest challenge that we will have to see, that how do we prioritize our messages and prioritize our action, and keep that balance of global lead and the local action, and make that connection between the two. So the Education Challenge 6.1, which is officially what it is called, is basically looking at establishment of education as a fundamental to empowering the generation of ecosystem restoration champions. And the goal is that we are able to embed restoration education in formal and non-formal education system by 2030, synergistically with ESD 2030 and Greening Education Partnership. We do not want this to be another add-on activity on already burdened education systems that we have, and the demand and the pressure our education systems are facing. We want to integrate it as far as possible, and then find champions who can then be beacon of change from a restoration perspective. But then the challenges are there because the restoration education is a big word. What is in the scope and all those things? That's the work that we'll be doing in next 2 years. And what we are looking at is creating a dynamic framework which is adaptable in multiple contexts, ways to embed and how we can do it in different. So we will be producing a framework to help national governments and education system to integrate that in the curriculum. And we will be doing it as part of climate change education under Greening Education Partnership, because all actions which are restorative in nature are either mitigation action or our adaptation action or our resilience action from a climate change perspective. So we will be establishing that connection between the two. And we have more or less agreed on the definition of what ecosystem restoration education is. It is basically education that focuses on allowing students to actively participate. Actively participate means being able to take action. But that means requiring a different form of education, which is project-based learning and activity-based learning. In restoration of ecosystem, learning through sensory experiences, which is the attitude, the disposition part. It's just not about knowledge, getting an experience in nature, in addition to what will be taught through the theoretical approach. So it's a combination of climate action or restoration action and outdoor education. And that is what I was talking about when we are talking about nature connection and reestablishing the with connection. It is that how do you convert that outdoor education experience into a restoration action? So there are 4 broad areas, very similar to what Greening Education Partnership is trying to do. And we see that there is build capacity by sharing example and practices. Practices already exist in different, and restoration education already is happening either as nature education, as biodiversity education, as camping. It's already happening. How do you really make it, see the gaps and make it more holistic? Build capacity and leadership among young people and the teachers. Strengthen the global network and then integrate ER into the conservation projects. And this is the important thing, is that a lot of big conservation projects are happening around the world. But the critical thing that is missing is the role of education. How do they connect? There are technical people who are very good in restoration. They will restore a very degraded ecosystem in 5 years. But then they do not connect the community that are living around it, the education system that are living around it. And what we have seen is that those systems get back to a degradation state in a very short time because those pressure points have not been addressed. And the pressure, the way the community reacts or acts with that resource, that has not been changed. So the role of education in terms of making sure that that's ecosystem doesn't get back to a degraded state is an important part of any big restoration project, and that's what we are also trying by mapping the big restoration projects that are happening around the world and how we can do that. So these are some of the proposed pathway, but looking at the key part we are looking at is that as part of the decade, we are not thinking of directly working with schools. We will be mostly focusing on the systems, education systems, and working on materials and building the capacity of NGOs and people like you who are working with schools to be able to take it to the school or a college or a university. So we hope through this effort, there will be more awareness about the decade for ecosystem restoration. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of this, but this is the effort that we are making to create more awareness about the ecosystem restoration, make sure that ecosystem restoration education is part of the education for sustainable development, and see that how we can bring about example and stories in terms of and influence greening education partnership to include restoration education as a key solution part of climate change education, and then help NGOs and education system with the resources that we can provide. This year, we are in final stage of setting up an international advisory board. Next year, with the process started, we'll be focusing on finding out what already exists, what experiences are there, and then a status report, and then in 2025-27, we will be focusing on doing pilot programs in different countries to demonstrate how restoration education can be integrated into education systems along with the Greening Education Partnership, and then do a advocacy campaign with UNESCO, FAO, UNEP to make sure that the government also take this aspect and integrates that within their curriculum. These are the contacts in different organizations who are partnering the Decade for Ecosystem Restoration. At UNESCO, it is Mr. Bernard Combs, who is this technical expert. At FEE, I and my colleague Arnav, and at North American Association is Judy and Dina. Please feel free to connect and contact us if you need more resources, more idea, or you have ideas to share or resources to contribute. Thank you.
Much. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. So we are τώρα έχουμε ένα μικρό διάλειμμα, αλλά επειδή
and now we are in for a break, but since we're running late, we'll only have 15 minutes break. Please be back. No, we'll make this 10 minutes break. So 10 minutes break, and we'll be back for the 3 remaining panels. Thank you.
Είμαστε έτοιμοι. Εντάξει. Λοιπόν, προχωράμε στο δεύτερο.
So we move on to the second part of today's event that has to do with the role of education for the new generation, society and economy. So we have three panels. Let me tell you about the rules. We have a moderator for every panel. We have a presentation of up to 5 minutes by each moderator. Questions and answers for 30 minutes, and then we will have a conclusion for 5 minutes by the moderator. We'll start with the first panel. We already have our speakers there. We have Mr. Grigoris Tsaltas, Emeritus Professor of International Law, ex-rector of the Pantheon University. He's going to be the moderator of this discussion. We also have with us Mr. Konstantinos Kartalis, Professor of Environmental and Climate Physics at the National and Kapodistran University of Athens, member of the European Scientific Advisory Board for Climate Change, and the member of the National Scientific Advisory Board for Climate Change. We have also with us Ms. Zefi Dimadama, Secretary General for Equality and Human Rights of Greece, Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences, Regional Environmental Economist, and Ms. Varvara Vorila, School Director, ex-officer in the section of ESD at the Eastern Attica Department. Mr. Tsaltas, you have the floor. We'll be talking about environmental education for the new generation, the educational curricula for schools and universities now and in the future. So you want me to be brief in half an hour? Okay, yeah, as brief as possible. Let's complete this. We only have half an hour and 5 minutes. The interventions by our colleagues and the 5 minutes. I'll be very, very, very brief in order for us to be able to deal with time. I'll like to thank the HSPN, which is the oldest organization dealing with environment in our country and most successful. So I'd like to congratulate you for organizing today's event. I'd also like to congratulate the Latsis Foundation for the sponsorship and the support of this event, and also many thanks to those who have supported us through their communication. As I've already mentioned, my role is a moderator's role, so within 5 minutes I'll try to give you a overview of the sustainable development phenomenon, sustainable development as we call it, self-preserved development. You've heard a lot of terms. The one that has prevailed is sustainable development or the développement durable from the point of view of French. So this concept, this stems and the concept of development phenomena, which pertains to the monolithic, one-sided financial or economic dimension. When we were talking about development, we would be speaking about economic growth. Ever since that time, in 1992, for the UN, this was an important summit, the Rio Summit for the environment and development.
οικονομική ανάπτυξη βρισκόταν απέναντι στην όποια πολιτική περιβαλλοντικής προστασίας. Το 1992 η ιστορική αυτή συνδιάσκεψη κατάφερε σε πρώτη φάση να συμφιλιώσει αυτές τις αντικόμενες έννοιες, όρους, την οικονομική ανάπτυξη και την περιβαλλοντική προστασία, να τις φέρει πάρα πολύ κοντά, να τις συμφιλιώσει μέχρι στο σημείο που η αναπτυξιακή προοπτική θα απορροφήσει και την περιβαλλοντική προστασία. Ώστε έκτοτε, ακόμα και μετά το 1992 δηλαδή, όλες οι υπόλοιπες προσπάθειες σε επίπεδο ΟΗΕ που ασχολήθηκαν για το περιβάλλον δεν φέρουν ως τίτλο το περιβάλλον, αλλά τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Για να μπορέσουμε να συνειδητοποιήσουμε αυτή τη διαχρονική εξέλιξη, αρκεί να σας πω ότι τις 5 φορές που ο Παγκόσμιος Οργανισμός κατάφερε να διοργανώσει διασκέψεις για το περιβάλλον, η πρώτη έφερε ως τίτλο το ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον, η δεύτερη το περιβάλλον και την ανάπτυξη και οι άλλες τρεις τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Δηλαδή, φαίνεται ξεκάθαρα η σύμπλευση σε πρώτη φάση, η προσπάθεια σύμπλευσης των δύο ενιών και η απορρόφηση από την έννοια της ανάπτυξης της περιβαλλοντικής προστασίας. Επομένως, όλες αυτές οι προσπάθειες από το 1992 μέχρι σήμερα κατέτειναν, θα έλεγα, σε αυτή την πολιτική να αντιμετωπίζουν πλέον τα περιβαλλοντικά προβλήματα μέσα από την αναπτυξιακή τους διάσταση. Το 1992 είναι επίσης σημαντικό η συνδιάσκεψη, δηλαδή στο Ρίο για το περιβάλλον και την ανάπτυξη, για δύο άλλους λόγους. Σε πρώτη φάση για το ότι κατάφερε αυτή η συνδιάσκεψη να υιοθετήσει ένα πρόγραμμα δράσης για τον 21ο αιώνα ανεπανάληπτο πραγματικά. Όλα τα προγράμματα δράσης μέχρι εκείνη την εποχή ήταν των 10-20 σελίδων. Αυτό το πρόγραμμα δράσης έφτασε τις 800 σελίδες. Πώς δηλαδή όλα αυτά που ο ΙΕ θέλησε να περάσει και τα κράτη θέλησαν να περάσουν ως αρχές και κανόνες για την περιβαλλοντική προστασία μπορούν να υλοποιηθούν στην πράξη και όχι μόνο απλά και κουβέντες. Στην Ατζέντα λοιπόν 21, το πρόγραμμα δράσης για τον 21ο αιώνα, γίνεται λόγος για επανοριοθέτηση της εκπαίδευσης, συμπεριλαμβανομένης βέβαια και της πολιτικής της κατάρτισης, προς την εκπαίδευση για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Μέσον αυτού του πράγματος είναι ο επαναπροσδιορισμός της περιβαλλοντικής και της αναπτυξιακής εκπαίδευσης με ένταξη στα σχετικά εκπαιδευτικά προγράμματα ειδικών συστημάτων προώθησης της σφαιρικής πλέον έννοιας του αναπτυξιακού φαινομένου. Με έμφαση πάντοτε στην περιβαλλοντική συνιστόσα, τον περιβαλλοντικό πυλώνα. Με άλλα λόγια, η προσπάθεια που θα πρέπει να προχωρήσει η οποιαδήποτε εθνική αρχή θα πρέπει να προσβλέπει στην προώθηση πλέον στην εκπαίδευση της έννοιας της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης που συμπεριλαμβάνει ταυτόχρονα επίσης όρις και χωρίς ιεράρχηση την οικονομική αύξηση. Από το 80 έχει καταργηθεί στον ΟΗΕ η έννοια της οικονομικής ανάπτυξης. Έχουμε το economic growth, δεν υπάρχει economic development. Το economic growth είναι η οικονομική ανάπτυξη, επομένως την κοινωνική πρόοδο και την περιβαλλοντική προστασία. Χωρίς ιεράρχηση το υπογραμμίζω. Τα ερωτήματα επομένως που σχετίζονται με τις τρεις πολιτικές που αφορούν στην προώθηση του αναπτυξιακού φαινομένου και τα οποία απευθύνω και τα τρία μαζί προς τους συναδέλφους μου οι οποίοι συμμετέχουν σε αυτή τη συνεδρίαση έχουν να κάνουν το εξής. Πρώτον, πώς μπορεί να εξασφαλιστεί η υιοθέτηση και προώθηση της εκπαίδευσης για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη για τη νέα γενιά και στις τρεις εκπαιδευτικές βαθμίδες και όχι μόνο στη δεύτερη σε επίπεδο υποχρέωσης από το κράτος. Εδώ θα μπορούσα να μιλήσω πολύ περισσότερο για την τρίτη βαθμίδα, την οποία έτσι κι αλλιώς εκπροσωπώ όπως και οι συνάδελφοι και την οποία έχω υπηρετήσει σε επίπεδο περιβαλλοντικής προστασίας. Το δεύτερο ερώτημα είναι πώς μπορεί να προωθηθεί η συνεργασία ανάμεσα στους εκπαιδευτικούς φορείς, ο ένας με τον άλλον δηλαδή, και βέβαια και ο σχετικός συντονισμός των κοινών δράσεων, με στόχο πάντοτε μια εθνική σχετική πολιτική. Τρίτον, και επειδή βρισκόμαστε το τελευταίο καλοκαίρι πάντοτε ενώπιον προβλημάτων που αντιμετωπίσουμε στην πατρίδα μας και τα οποία εν πολλοίς οφείλονται και στην κλιματική αλλαγή, αλλά δεν είναι μόνο φέτος. Τα τελευταία χρόνια έχουμε συνειδητοποιήσει τα αποτελέσματα της κλιματικής αλλαγής πάρα πολύ έντονα. Αρκεί να θυμηθούμε τη Μάντρα, το Μάτι, την Εύβοια, τη Ρόδο, τη Δαδιά, αυτό το δράμα της Δαδιάς και βέβαια την Ηλία, την Θεσσαλία, Ηλίαν προσφάτως κτλ. Αφορά επομένως το ερώτημα αφορά επομένως πώς μπορεί να εξασφαλιστεί η συμμετοχή με στόχο την προώθηση της πολιτικής της ευαισθητοποίησης των νέων στο πλαίσιο της ενεργούς συμμετοχής τους στην πρόληψη για το φαινόμενο της κλιματικής αλλαγής, αλλά στο πλαίσιο περισσότερο της στρατηγικής για την προσαρμογή. Είναι η στρατηγική που υιοθετήθηκε το 1992, παράλληλα με τη διακήρυξη και την Ατζέντα 21, στο πλαίσιο της Σύμβασης για την κλιματική αλλαγή, η στρατηγική, η οποία μάλιστα από τότε θεωρήθηκε ως πιο σημαντική ακόμα και από εκείνη της μείωσης του φαινομένου του θερμοκηπίου, διότι το ένα τρέχει αριθμητικά και το άλλο τρέχει γεωμετρικά. Δεν προλαβαίνουμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε την κλιματική αλλαγή, άρα αυτό που πρέπει επειγόντως να κάνουμε είναι να προσαρμοστούμε σε αυτά τα οποία βλέπουμε, προσπαθώντας να τα αντιμετωπίσουμε. Πώς λοιπόν οι νέοι θα μπορέσουν να συμπράξουν μέσα
contributes through education to this adaptation. Adaptation and education are pertinent to the basic principles of environment, information, awareness, and we heard Mr. Fanaras with the data from the survey showing us how big is the lack of information. So thank you very much for the participation of these three partners, and I'll give the floor immediately to my dear friend, Mr. Kartalis.
Thank you. Thank you all for being present here. For time economy, I will answer all three questions together. I believe that each sustainability program for education must start with a big, bold heading. There are solutions, and not we have a problem and we are seeking to find solutions. Of course, the problem is important, but sometimes it is exaggerated and fear is cultivated, and this leads to a feeling of inevitability. So, there are solutions is the line that permeates all educational programs, and this is absolutely necessary for young people. Now, if we take the younger generation and we examine them, as mentioned by the colleague, recently I was invited to make a speech, and it was the most difficult job. I had a weakness to convey the messages, the solutions, the difficulties. But this age is a very sensitive age. It is an age that is receptive. So you can convey messages in a less scientific way. In junior high school, children can hear more scientific things. You can talk about greening, you can talk about energy actions that you can take in order to understand that it is not the traditional school. The high school is the lost link. It is something that we need to see. Children are preparing for the exams and going to higher education. You have people who are ready to acquire new knowledge, but they are not willing to undertake responsibilities. Why is that? Is it because it's a generation that went through COVID? No, this unwillingness to undertake responsibilities is because they see the day after, which is difficulty in finding jobs. And they become realists and they find it difficult. I saw yesterday an initiative of the White House announcing that 20,000 people will be trained in skills having to do with green transition. Of course, 20,000 among the millions of Americans is a small number, but this shows an effort to do away with, because we're not the only ones who have this problem, to do away with the fact that there is this dispute between the knowledge, the responsibility, and the realism of finding a job. Another problem that we see in higher education, it might seem extreme, okay, but I see that they have a difficulty in relating time to the society. In my science, we need 15,000 years to go to a new climate period. So I told them, let's put 50 people, one next to the other, and let's imagine that their average age is 50 years old. The fourth fought in 1821. The fifth fought in Constantinople. And this is a dimension that reconciles them with the speed of time. Time is not a luxury that we have. Time is flying. And if we don't find the solutions, the problems will persist. And this is related to the fact that the education at schools, since we heard about the synergy of teaching, time is perceived as to when this battle or the other battle took place. Yes, this is useful, but this is not the thing that will help you understand the complexity of climate stability or instability. The most useful exercise that I did was when a colleague asked me how I would organize an exposition on climate change in a museum. This took me away from the way I teach, and I asked myself how I would depict time. Greeks answer that climate change is more important abroad than in Greece. They don't understand that something that happens in North America can influence Greece. So they have a problem with space. They do not understand that there is a synthesis of the phenomena. We said today that the warm December of 2022 was due to a great instability in the Arctic. And this is very important in order to understand this phenomenon, which is very complex. It's not just that the temperature rises. There are very many parameters that link everything together. The second thing is time. Time is slow. Citizens think that it is not going fast. It's not like meteorology. It goes on slow, and you think that you have a credit of time, which is not true. Time is also a very important element that you need to include in education in general. And of course, one has to have an interdisciplinary approach. Sofia Zoubaki, an archaeologist, presented how climate change affected the landscape of ancient Olympia. She showed how Olympia was in 1880 when the German archaeologists started their digging. All findings, all things that existed there were found 8 meters under the soil. So it meant that it was flooded. And this was seen in the excavations. This is a reconciliation for young people. I'm very much afraid of the mathematization of climate change, description with phenomena that look very far away to the citizens. If we manage to bring it closer to people, it is much more useful for education, much better, much more useful than to be able to solve equations. And through these problems that we had this summer, I would distinguish the Lake Karla. It was dried in 1862 because people believed that it should be done in order to give land to the farmers. The lack of the lake showed that you had to drill to get water. Today, during the flood, Karla recovers its strength, as it was the case in Mandra, with a current. It is just we people who built on it. So what I believe for education on any level, and you can adjust this to any educational level if you adopt what I say, is to do away with these uninspired programs which are based on the past and to incorporate the new dimensions. I know that many of you do it, because this is how we are going to get a dynamics, not to fragment the subjects of climate change. The Earth system is a single system, and this should be put forward. And I will conclude by saying the following. While I was thinking that we have solved everything, I was in the Science Summit of the UN yesterday, of course, online, and we had a discussion on the natural and cultural heritage and capital. I was the last, and the last speaker told us that, yes, of course, this is very important, but I'm also interested in dark skies. I am interested in being able to see the stars and not have the photo pollution that hides the universe. We need to understand our size, and we need to protect this size within something bigger. So I understood how long is the way until we manage to bring everything together. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kartalis, for this presentation. I will give the floor to Mrs. Dimadama. Good morning. Congratulations for your initiative. You have shown on many levels what you are doing as the HSPN. The challenges are very many. We have new notions such as sustainable development, the 17 SDGs, but all these must be incorporated in our daily life and interconnected. Mr. Kartalis gave some dimensions, and this is very important. We're talking about 17 goals. We're talking about the climate change, gender equality, energy, infrastructure. Sometimes we say, well, yes, okay, they are important, but maybe not the first priority in Greece, in Europe, etc. We had also a feeling that the climate crisis will not come first to Europe. It will go to Bangladesh, which is being flooded already. It is sinking. It will go to another area of the planet, which is poorer, because we should not forget that the climate crisis, as many other things, unfortunately, poverty, have a gender. They affect women more. They have also a parameter, the variable of poverty. The poorer will suffer the most dire consequences. Sometimes we tend to disregard that. It is human nature, besides. We say that we will overcome that. But things are not so simple, not so easy. And they're not so easy because the impact that we were calculating we would have with the models, I have done so in my PhD, how fast the climate change is coming, etc. It seems that these models are faster, they move faster, and the impact is faster, and they come faster to the Mediterranean. And we have seen it in the summers, and we will see them in the coming winters and in the coming summers. We will have to face phenomena that will affect our economy. They will affect the inequalities, which already exist, and they will affect, of course, the planet at large. When we say the economy, it is something that we hear as very general. Think about Pelion and tourism in the coming days, in the coming time. A winter destination where half of the villages and half of the accommodation has gone to the sea. Think about the rural production, the agricultural production in Thessaly with the villages that have been destroyed. Let's go and see what will happen? In 2 or 3 or 5 years, they will be again productive. And let's think at schools, at kindergartens, in the university in Thessaly, in Volos, for instance. I had some students who are doing their PhDs there. How do they experience this? The issue of education, climate change, and extreme phenomena has come on their table. I mean, literally. Their desk has been flooded. In the village, there are people, there are children who do not have where to stay, and they cannot start the school year. They had paintings, drawings made at school, on the elementary school, I mean. We had an action organized there. I tried to create a network apart from the university. We had the lesson of the 17 SDGs of the UN, and it was among the first lessons included in curricula, and we were congratulated on this. How can we now show them that what we were saying a year ago was really outside the door? And we asked them to come and work with us on an interdisciplinary level to highlight the problems and find solutions, political solutions, fast solutions, that would include all these dimensions. We need to see, and Mr. Fanaras's survey was indeed excellent. It provides findings that we need to enhance in the universities, at schools, and also as Secretary General on Equality, I can tell you that it is very important because this issue burdens women more. Women are more burdened, more affected by climate change, and they are more aware of it. Based on surveys that we have done, so how can we incorporate all these dimensions that we discuss here? How we can use the results of this survey in order to create an education to change the culture, to change the mindset. It's not just I will introduce a course in high school, in the university, etc., or in the elementary school to try to change things. Mr. Kartalis said something very interesting. At high school, our children are just interested in getting through the exams, the entry exams. This is very, very stressful. I had it last year with my son. We must make them think that the climate crisis will affect the job that you will do. Maybe you will not be able to do the job you want as an engineer under the same terms that you would have 50 years ago, build a bridge or a house or a road, because the materials that you have to use will be different. The way that you will build will be different. We have seen blocks of flats just by the side of the road. We have to see the green jobs pertaining to wind turbines, to new prospects. But for the old things, the things that we knew, we have to take into account, and we have to see these dilemmas, because there will be new challenges, new problems. And the issue of transparency and accountability has to be taken on board. Why did we have some bridges or some roads built in this way? We need to see that how all this is included in the notion of education, broader education. The student that we have in the university, maybe in 20 years, or not maybe, for sure, he will have much more serious issues to face pertaining to climate change, green transition, etc. All these difficult notions that we need to realize and we need to see in our daily life, and to act accordingly and to change and understand what change means, because to change in favor of the environment means that we stop eating meat every day. It is also something pertaining to our table, to our food, to our daily food. In the Amazon, we have forests being burned down because we need to have more cows in Europe, in the US, to have meat on the day. We need to turn off the lights, to turn off the heater. All this requires sacrifices, but it's not a sacrifice whether we will have the heater for 10 days. The issue here is whether I will be able to get out of the house when the water has reached the rooftop. So I need to conclude. Yes, I feel that I need to sum up. So all this must be examined, must be put on the table. And in order to become policies, they have to become part of our culture. And we have to exert pressure, bottom up, for all this that will be knocking on our door. And I'm not sure under which terms and conditions this will come and how ready we will be, the local government, the central government, in order to have a result and be able to live in a better environment and not be what we are, where we will say that inequalities bang on our door. And to make all this an experiential action in our education, and to see what all this, these nice words mean. Carbon neutrality, etc., etc.
We warmly thank Ms. Dimadama. Now let's move on to the secondary education. Ms. Borilla, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Rector. Now, it is an honor for me to take part in this panel. It's our honor. Okay, I'll try to answer vis-a-vis coordination, cooperation, etc. Those dealing in education, from kindergarten to professor at the university, is a teacher, and it is our honor to bear this title first. Thank you. So, as I was saying, I'll try to present to you my own perspective as an active educator using the 4 GP pillars, cooperation for the green transformation of education as presented by UNESCO. So I'll start by the curricula. So in Greece, we do have an autonomous comprehensive curriculum that is called Environment and Education on Sustainable Development. It was updated in 2022. It starts from kindergarten to high school, that is junior high. Senior high is not included. The aim of this program that does not pertain to just one subject, but rather a whole field of education. One of its goals was to impregnate the other curricula with these concepts. And I wonder, and I'd like to know to what extent this has been the case, because to tell you the truth, the curricula were created and established in parallel at the same time. I don't know how they were linked to each other. A second objective of this program was to identify the content of projects, smaller projects, bigger projects, projects that are usually done during the workshops for skills. This is a new institution that it is a fundamental part of the curriculum. We are talking about hours within which students and pupils come in contact with issues pertaining to the environment, health, social well-being, and innovation. So within this framework, the positive thing is that pupils come in contact obligatorily with such elements. However, The subject of the workshops of skills are also defined on the basis of another ministerial decision that defines specific thematic objects. I tried to compare these two frameworks and contexts. I had prepared some transparencies. I don't know if it's easy for us to see them now. Okay, so this is the curriculum for environment and sustainability. This is in the second grade of the elementary school. We can see these sections. Next page, please. So, the second grade does have these sessions as to the appropriateness or the hazards of materials, ventilation, lighting, etc., the woods, the forest, the ecosystem, etc. And here you can see how this is defined by the workshops. So for the second grade, what we are told to do is talk about natural disasters. So we identify that there is a lack of coordination. I don't think I'm in a position to judge the quality of such programs. However, proceeding to this comparison, I wonder to what extent is it wise for us to talk about natural disasters in the second grade without having appropriate material and training in order to avoid eco-anxiety being created for children. Because, as we heard earlier, it is really important for us at this age to establish our love for nature in order for us to be able to protect it later on. The next pillar. Training of educators on issues of environment. This is undertaken by those responsible for school activities, sustainability education centers, school consultants, universities, NGOs, civil society organizations, etc. The truth is that in the past 12 years, where I've been responsible for environmental education, I came to know highly qualified educators on issues of the environment. Are they many? No. No, I can tell you that they are not. They're very few. So I was thinking that if there was a training, horizontal training that would be obligatory, mandatory for every educator. And I tried to find there was a training for newly appointed educators because all the other trainings are on a voluntary basis. Last year, I was the educator in the introductory training that was implemented after a whole lot of 10 years, and I have presented in this transparency. I went backwards.
Όχι, αυτό με πήγε πίσω. Ωραία, το βρήκαμε.
Okay, I think we got it. So these are the sessions or units or in this 96 hours program. I tried to find the term sustainability. There was a reference to social sustainability. There was no mention whatsoever of environmental sustainability. So the opportunity to initiate educators on that, has not been exploited. And I'd like to share with you one of my concerns. How many stimuli are there in the sustainable development programs for trainers and educators. I'll move on to the third pillar regarding the greening of schools. What we had so far, what I have experienced at least, is we had environmental subjects discussed by a classroom. So let's suppose we have a third grade classroom dealing with waste management. The children are taught about recycling, microplastics, etc. And most of the times we have a whole school that does not recycle. We have, in the best case scenario, they could do sorting of the waste in the classroom. Next year, when the environment topic will have been discussed, there is no recycling anymore. So what we want to achieve is to have all apartments turn green, all classrooms turned green, and we end up with this holistic approach at the level of the school units, the whole school approach. Such an example has been given by UNESCO, and this is the curriculum of the Eco Schools, the program that the Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature operates for 25 years as a national operator, in cooperation with the Foundation for Environmental Education. So this is a program in 70 or 80 countries globally, and this is such a program that focuses on the process, on the procedure. How are we going to achieve the goal? And there is no checklist of the product produced. This is an exercise of a democratic procedure through the methodology of the 7 steps. To us educators, it's quite well known, but I will mention that the school gives the floor to students and pupils and allows them to do an investigation on the needs of the school, to prepare and coordinate the action plan, and to contribute to a common code by which they will abide altogether, and ultimately they will act as active citizens, conveying these messages to the community. So this is the link with the last pillar of JEP, the greening of communities. And if we're able to exploit and take advantage of the role of school as a core, as a nucleus of culture and civilization, and see whether we can influence the family and the community. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Borilla. I think we are not running any late. No questions? No, I will conclude. Okay, we will draw conclusions then, because if I give the floor, then I think that it will take a little bit more. So out of all these very wise things that we heard about, there are 2 or 3 general conclusions that everyone needs to realize. On the first page, we need to see that there are no borders regarding the environment. What we used to know in the past, being able to encircle ourselves from borders, this needs to be forgotten. The environment knows no borders, so there is this obligation of the multidisciplinary approach of environmental protection, not a unilateral one, one-sided approach. No one can claim that they are experts vis-a-vis environmental protection. Everyone needs to help. Secondly, we see that this is due to a natural interdependence of everything. This interdependence highlights the obligatory cooperation for the handling of the problems. It is not a random fact that we have all these problems that are due to the climate change. Regarding our own region, everything is due to the change of the Gulf Stream of the Atlantic Stream. Through overheating, overwarming of the planet, we have these phenomena that enter in the Mediterranean that lead to these things that we have experienced. Back in 1986, there was a state nation that had adopted the nuclear energy. There was an accident, and the accident did not only affect the country that had the nuclear power, we all had to suffer the consequences, and the wind brought these radioactive clouds. It was seen even in Crete, and what we had experienced was that there was no protection as a country, as a state, and say that this is not permissible. It's over. The role of the new generation is significant vis-a-vis the promotion of sustainable growth and development. This should come obligatorily through education that we are obliged to provide. And this calls for national measures to be adopted. So the participation, the cooperation, and the coordination are really significant in our case. From the point of view of primary and secondary education, we've seen that it's not that difficult to impose the concept of adopting such an education through participation and cooperation, and partially through coordination. All this is invalid in third level education, tertiary education. Anyone does whatever they like. I have my own personal experience. I introduced in 1986 environmental protection as a topic, etc. But there was no coordination ever. And well, I'm not simply referring to universities, but I'm talking about departments within the same university. There was environmental protection courses taught, and other departments would teach similar departments, and no one would know. We wouldn't know. Seen from the aspect of local government, seen from the aspect of economy, etc. Those of us teaching about it never knew about others teaching that. And since here the state cannot intervene and impose, this role could be played by someone else, maybe by the Committee of Directors. This is the only institution that has not been recognized by the state. There is an informal character thereof, so there can be no institutional response. So I wish for the state to see this, to solve it. This is timeless. No government has ever dared to change things and render this official. Imagine that we are the only country where there is no institutionally organized meeting of the rectors. They call us a titolo personnel, personally. So you can understand that all this has to do with coordination, cooperation, and participation. Otherwise, the issue of education and environmental education will not be further promoted. It has a long way to go, and unfortunately, there is no help from the states. So I think that central administration should see this. I don't know if my colleagues agree or disagree with that. To conclude, okay, Even if there was a disagreement, there is no time to discuss it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. We thank all the participants, all the panelists. And I would like to ask the second panel participants to come on stage.
Ελάτε, οπότε. Πάρτε τη σκητάλη. Ο ίδιος αριθμός. Παίρνουμε ένα λεπτό τον κύριο Τσουρό. Λοιπόν, το δεύτερο πάνελ μας
is focused on environmental education and society. Health, justice, human rights, population, equality, science and local government, NGOs, media. So we have a great honor to have with us Mr. Agis Tsouros, International Advisor on Health Policy, Governance and Diplomacy, International Advisor for Global Health Cities, former Director on Health Policy and Governance for Health and Well-being of the WHO for Europe. Mr. Tsouros will be our coordinator, our moderator. We have Mr. Pavlos Tsimas, journalist and broadcaster on Sky TV. I think you all know him. He's also a journalist in Tanea. We have Mrs. Kleo Papazoglou, President of the Society for the Protection of PRESPA, with an experience in NGOs in Greece and abroad. A long experience. Apologies, says the speaker. And Mr. Stelios Diakoulakis, he's a Deputy Regional Director of Europe for C40 cities, the network for cities for climate change. And I give the floor to Mr. Tsouros. You know the rules. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation, for this great honor. It's the second time I participate in an event and a day focused on environment. Having heard the previous panelists, I was thinking, what do we do wrong? Because you know that in these fields, in these sectors, environment, health, which is my specialization. During the last 30 or 40 years, there has been a revolution, and this revolution pertains to the way we perceive the environment, the way we perceive health, and the way we perceive growth. And all these have a common denominator, and this common denominator is that everything must be based on values and human rights, respect of the environment, transparency. Second, in order to be able to act, we need to be based on intersectoral, not just interdisciplinary, but intersectoral actions. This is how you bring about the difference. And the issue is to unite around a table ministries that have their own agendas and who do not understand, which do not understand that the objective set requires this cooperation with a high political commitment. And the third, very important thing is the notion of social participation. I entered the WHO in 1990. In 1992, I experienced the famous Rio de Janeiro summit meeting. Since then, this story of the environment is always on the forefront. But something was always missing. The first thing that happened is that very many people, these three interconnecting cycles, social, environmental, and economic dimension, most people broke them apart, and did not just break them apart, but the whole agenda was a personal issue for those dealing with the environment. All the rest was lost, and it was very difficult to seize it. I want to focus on the following. When we talk about government, education, we supposedly understand today that very many of the solutions to deal with climate crisis and our major problems require not just an informed citizen, but an active citizen. And today we have added another word, a resilient citizen, a citizen who can participate in decision-making, in being, who will be informed rightly and well-informed, and who will have the capacity to resist and to react. Because let's not delude ourselves. What we have been experiencing, and I'm very sorry to have heard in the media that the next disaster will take place in 350 or in 1,000 years. I mean, this is really disastrous. It's disastrous because one of the major problems that we have in this communication is how we communicate science and how we communicate scientific data. This is the main issue. This is the top issue. This does not take place through lectures. This takes place with social dialogue, social debate. I am sick of speaking to my colleagues. I want to speak to the broader public. Why did Mrs. Efthimiou succeed in bringing history in the houses of the people, in the homes of the people, and no one being interested in the dates that this battle took place? It's because we need the big picture. She managed to give the big picture, and we don't have the big picture. This panel is very important. If we want to have a society that is indeed aware, is informed, perceives, evaluates, and can process the information that it gets from the outside, a society that is able, through community empowerment systems, to participate, and finally to have this notion of resilience, then we will have reached what we need to reach. Just final word. When I am asked by people, what is my focus, or what was my focus until now? I have to tell you, we need to have society which is informed, but the major problem is that the political system is not informed. You will be impressed to hear that we usually assume that people who plan the policies on the environment are informed, but quite often they are not informed. Quite often I say that we need to inform, we need to educate rather, the ministers' advisors, because these are the people who will be present in the various bills, whom the minister will listen to. We need to focus on those who will represent the country in the various fora, to be able to educate people who are in the ministries and who have taken a diploma many years ago, and to be able, through an educated society, to be able to have a true dialogue, a substantive dialogue. Dialogue brings about solutions, joint solutions, which require sacrifices. Today, we have also a serious questioning of scientific data. We have seen it with the pandemic, so we have a long way ahead. The planning is to have 3 rounds of discussion or questions. I like the previous approach. So let me start with Mr. Tsimas. For sure, the issue of the media, oh God, the media today, bomb us with information, and the questions that we have recorded is, do you agree that the extreme phenomena attributed to climate crisis that we experience more intensely and more frequently are recorded by the media in a way that is inadequate, avoiding, in fact, a true discussion about prevention and consequences? What is the reason for that? I want to combine this also with the following, that in view of the threats of the climate crisis, we need properly informed and active citizens. How could we upgrade the role of the media in view of contributing to this objective? These are interconnected questions. So, Mr. Tsimas, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you for the invitation. Indeed, thank you for allowing me to participate in this panel, and that you give me the honor and the pleasure to be with you in this discussion. Of course, it sounds cliché, but it's true. Discussing with the moderator and the rest of the members of the panel, we initially put the question, why do the media cover these recent catastrophic events in any inadequate way? Yes, well, I think that there are 3 factors, there are 3 pathogenicities or 3 problems. One has to do with the media. Media in general, the Greek media, they find it difficult to explain complex issues or to cover complex issues. My favorite example is that if you go to the Parliament library, when you take down the volume of newspapers, when Lehman Brothers had collapsed, you'll see that this topic was only touched upon by one newspaper, just one newspaper, because people believe that people are not interested in that back in 2008. made. So behind that, there is another argument that we are not well prepared, well equipped to present these topics. Secondly, there is a pathogenicity of public discourse in Greece. Thomas Friedman has said that the Middle East model of politics is that everything is about politics, but when everything is about politics, then politics dies. If you say that the forest fires in Dadia, the floods in Thessaly, the heat wave, and the wildfires, forest fires in Rhodes are linked in a way to a phenomenon that is climate crisis, automatically in the Greek discourse, you adopt a political position. You provide alibi to the government because the climate crisis is seen as an excuse in the political life. Because things happen due to the political crisis, but the political crisis is a measure of a political governance. So when we have this interpreted as a political issue, it is impossible to discuss about the environmental crisis, the climate crisis. And thirdly, there is the human brain. There are limitations in the human brain. It's very difficult for us to accept the worst case scenario as the actual scenario. It resembles science fiction, and it is impossible for us to accept that this is the reality. So these are, for me, three reasons that explain why there's a problem. The issue is how can we overcome the problem. To do this, we need to have a change of the position of the climate crisis in the public discourse, used also by the media. Another example, please reread the pre-elections statements of this current government. I consider that this present government is amongst the most informed and updated governments vis-a-vis on environmental issues. However, the statements of the Prime Minister are 16 pages A4. The first reference to climate crisis is on page 13. And amongst the goals of the next 4 years, where there is Green Greece, this occupies hardly half a page out of the 16. This is not the correct approach. Green Greece is not just one piece of a program. This should be the measure that would go through all the pieces of the program. And this is not the case, unfortunately. And there is another issue that we could potentially discuss at some other point, since we don't have time. The issue with the media is that we haven't been able to find globally, and even more so in Greece, a way to narrate the climate crisis problem in an effective way. You see the coverage, the media coverage of the major impact of climate crisis. It resembles a horror movie, a Hollywood disaster, the disaster movie from Hollywood. This is a particularly dangerous attitude because it leaves us with the feeling of weakness, of inability to act, instead of leaving us with an incentive to act. So in order to find such a narrative, we need to work. We need to change the way with which the media speak about climate crisis. There should be an empowering way. Because, average people, when they are bombed by such disaster pictures, they turn off the TV because they can't take it anymore, because it's bad news. It's bad news. These are not news that will give warnings or that will provide solutions to mitigate disasters, etc. So we need to help each other if we are to find a new narrative, a new way to narrate to people, to citizens, etc., what is going on vis-a-vis the climate crisis. That's all.
Να πάρουμε και τους δρόμους της χώρας μας, δηλαδή όχι μόνο...
Maybe instead of watching TV and the news, etc., aside from the news framework, etc., this kind of education should be done at times where people are not bombed by these terrorizing messages. Ms. Papazoglou will now take the floor, and she represents us, of course, in this specific area of NGOs, and she plays an important part representing citizens.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It is indeed an honor for me as well to be here. We have a long collaboration with the Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature, and I would like to speak about the role of NGOs, which is a fundamental role in a healthy society. It's the third pillar or foot after the executive power, business, etc. They play a major role. We heard it today. The organizations, since they work on a local level, they are close to the people, they can listen to the problems, they can respond more immediately, they can help people participate in programs, and with lifelong learning to build this experience that we heard before. This experience we heard from Mr. Kumar, to build this love, to be able to care for the environment later on. But the organizations have a huge responsibility beyond young people and children, have a huge responsibility to address the society at large and to activate it, to mobilize it. I would say that one of the things that the organizations could do better is to try to explain better why their positions on certain subjects are what they are. Sometimes the environmental organizations, since they are specialized, have the tendency to speak about some things in between them, and they know what they're talking about, but when they address the people, this can be perceived with difficulty and understood or not understood. So there is a point that they could improve on, as well as they could better collaborate with them and have common strategies, joint strategies and objectives, so as to have a single voice, and also ask from the citizens and mobilize the citizens and ask the citizens, tell them what they could do with specific proposals in order for them to be more resilient, as we say. I think that so far the organizations, the NGOs, do not have a concrete discourse as to what the citizens could do. Proposals, specific proposals regarding what the government could do. But when we translate this to the citizens, it is not very clear. So I think that after the summer of 23, it signals a new era for us, the organizations, the NGOs should talk with each other to know what the messages should be, and not just the environmental organizations. It is clear that what is happening, it affects us all. It affects health, sustainable cities, transparency, democracy. It pertains to a lot of things. So it is an opportunity for environmental organizations to open up the channels of communication with all the other organizations. There are organizations on very many topics which have, for sure, the climate crisis, the climate collapse on their agenda because it affects everyone, and also professional associations. What we heard before, that if we want to proceed, if we want to move along a sustainable future, we need cooperation, coordination, solidarity, consultation. All these are absolutely necessary, and we need to do this, we, the organizations, the NGOs, opening up the communication towards professional bodies. I'm thinking of engineers, urban planners, insurance companies. There is no professional sector that is not affected by climate change. And all these can be allies to have a single voice and speak up as to what should be done. The other thing that I want to say about the organizations is because they have such an experience and so much knowledge, etc., it is important for them to ask from the state, from the government, in the planning that must be done in order to have a resilient society vis-à-vis climate crisis and climate collapse, to put the conservation, the protection of nature at our focus. The protection of nature, I mean, the terminology used is the solutions based on nature for the environment, and this is related to the decade for the restoration of on ecosystem restoration. We are talking about very many projects with a high cost. They could be replaced with projects of lower cost and greater efficiency based on nature. We can talk about wetlands and floods, soil and agriculture. We can talk about green in the cities. I guess you will talk about it. All these are things that the organizations should claim from the society and the state. And in concluding, I want to say that all this must take place in a context of good governance, sound governance, because the whole knowledge of the world, if we had it, and our political leaders have it, constitute this fifth clock that the president mentioned. The knowledge is there, the solutions are there, but the actions are not undertaken. Why? Because some decisions are made, some meetings are held behind closed doors, without transparency, and decisions are made, and these decisions are not to our benefit. And we need all to ask for this to be made in a transparent way, in solidarity, in equality, because it's the only way out of this situation. Thank you.
I think that we all agree that the cities play a key role. When we talk about cities, we refer to urban environment and local governments that are closer to the citizens, to society, etc., despite differences. And if we're talking about training and raising awareness in society, definitely the cities have a very important role to play. Mr. Diakoulakis, who is involved in issues pertaining to cities, has many different thoughts on that. Thank you very much, Mr. Torres, for this introduction. I'd also like to thank the organizers for the invitation. My name is Stelios Diakoulakis, and I represent the C40 network of cities. This is the bigger network of cities pertaining to climate change, etc. And through their action, they not only highlight the critical role that local governments may play in such issues, but they point out that everyone needs to be involved. Information, awareness is a key, and local governments in the cities have a decisive role to play as those closer to the citizen. As an international level, this is a global network. Well, cities have fully undertaken responsibility. 70% of global pollutants come from activities that are followed in the cities. So local government cannot be foreign to planning, etc. Cities already experience the consequences of the climate change through floods, through extreme heat waves, etc. So not only do they have an active part to play, but there is also the responsibility that lies within that. In Greece, the local government role has not been acknowledged and accepted at that stage for many reasons. There is a centralized state. We do have an institutional framework with overlapping of liabilities and responsibilities. Overlying and overlapping, there are limited resources and competencies and lack of specialized knowledge and experience that would allow cities to deal with these issues. But even from the side of citizens, I think that the citizens do have reduced expectations vis-a-vis the mayors of cities, etc., regarding management of such issues. And there's the establishment of the view that the cities don't have many things to do. Sometimes mayors themselves find it really convenient to adopt this, but it would be crucial for the cities to undertake a much more active role in dealing with these aspects, starting from the very, very simple things. For instance, establishing comprehensive climate strategies or updating the existing ones. Strategies that need to be shaped jointly with the citizens on the basis of an extensive consultation with social agencies, citizens, organizations, etc., scientifically documented on the basis of an analysis. Where do we currently stand? Where are our goals? What are the actions that we need to adopt? And accountability as well. Set the goals, communicate the goals, have citizens know about the goals, have them participate in the planning and implementation of actions, and allow the cities to take an active part in the implementation. It is important to have the reversal of the top-down approach. Of course, the state is basically responsible, but the role of the city should not be underestimated because the city plays an important part in information, awareness raising, etc. The planet won't be saved thanks to a central agreement between some states that's going to be imposed to societies. Some decisions are quite dire and hard to make. Without the participation of society in such decisions, there won't be any solution. The Mayor of London, who in the past 2 years has tried to incorporate a strategy to limit the use of cars downtown in London, placing tolls, etc., prohibiting traffic at the center. This is the New York Climate Week, and he was saying that I had to train citizens regarding the benefits of using less a car. I'd like to refer to the dimension of information and raising awareness campaigns. I wouldn't say that the way climate change is being communicated and its impact is inadequate. What I observe, though, is that the climate change enters the discussion after a disaster, after a catastrophe, after a heat wave, after floods, after wildfires, etc. This is not wrong, of course, but this is not the only thing that can be done, because there could be positive messages on climate change. Obviously, synergies with NGOs, communication, etc. People need to explain to citizens. Citizens, yes, are not well informed, yes. They are not informed as to what is an action to protect the cities. People don't have in-depth knowledge. We need to explain to them. We need to explain to them the benefits coming from climate actions undertaken by the cities. If we restrict the movement of cars, the traffic of cars downtown, etc., then we'll have reduction of air pollution. Therefore, we will have a much more attractive city, much more accessible to visitors, to residents. This is important. If you exercise more, if you're able to use your bicycle more, there will be benefits for your health. There are also economic benefits. So if we have reduced consumption of fuel, etc. People can't only hear about disasters and catastrophes, etc. People can't keep on hearing about the glaciers that are thawing, etc. They'll stop feeling interested in that. And the municipalities, in order to conclude, have a very important part to play. They need to convey a positive message to citizens through their own actions. The cities themselves can set the example. They can set specific objectives for which they will be held accountable by journalists, for instance. They could say, for instance, that by 2025, my city building will be climate neutral, and they need to be checked for that. And there needs to be continuity, transparency, and reliability. So I'll put a full stop here. Thank you.
I think we have a few minutes. So I would like to ask you this question. Tell me one or two proposals, briefly. If they asked you, where do we start? In this situation, as we stand today, where would you start? Mr. Tsimas, in your sector. Well, yes. You mean in publicity, in realization, in realizing what is happening, and become a society of a message which, as I said before, is not a message of weakness, but of empowerment. I gave you the example of how the media approached and explained the economic crisis, the financial crisis that changed the world, and I compare it with what we're discussing today, climate crisis. I remember those difficult years of the crisis, foreign journalists came, they tried to understand what was happening in Greece. A major German journalist from Handelsblatt was telling me while he was leaving, and he said, I spoke with 30 politicians from all over various parties, and I asked the same question to all of them. Tell me, what are the expenditures of last year's budget that you voted in the parliament? Which were the expenditures and what was the deficit? They were looking at me as if I were asking them a question about quantum physics. When I go home, my taxi driver, if I ask him what is the deficit of the Hamburg budget, he knows it. We had the problem of fiscal knowledge. And we had to face this in a very hard way. Today, we know more, but we risk of losing it. So I would start by saying that we need to capitalize the disaster of 2023, to use the summer of 2023 as the corresponding year in finances of spring 2010, when we realized that we are facing a true crisis from which we cannot hide. There is no shelter. So we need to start discussing it, and we need to start change the way that the public discourse, public debate talks about climate crisis. I think that this is where I would start. I do not know if you find useful this approach, but I think that we should do this and do it very fast and with much less reaction, because the realization of what was happening in the finances was very, very violent, and it was experienced individually by each household, by each person, a destruction of the economic environment. But this is collective. No one is exempted from the climate crisis. Maybe this climate realization can be brought into our lives and in the public discussion and in politics much faster and much easier than we did with budget realization. Mrs. Papazoglou. Just 2 words. Building on what Mr. Tsimas said, now that we have realized what is happening, I think that we should all exert pressure so that a resilient sustainability, the resilient sustainability of the future is built only on the restoration of nature. Only with restoring nature, we will have the possibility to resist to what is coming. And at the same time, the restoration, to see something becoming better, is exactly what we need for having the hope. Hope is what is missing right now. Whereas if we see restorations, if we see restoration of ecosystems, habitats, this gives hope and possibility for activation and mobilization of the citizens. That's all.
I've already spoken about the significance of climate strategies, but I would take this one step further. Something significant that the municipalities need to do is to form permanent structures of cooperation with the social entities, business groups, NGOs, the youth, universities, etc., not on the basis of opportunistic actions, not within the rationale of the pre-election campaign. No, this needs to acquire content. When we speak about bottom-up approach, cities need to enter into specific framework agreements. There have been examples in other cities, in other countries, where strategic alliances have been formed together with businesses, and they move together, cities and businesses alike, in order to fulfill the goals that they have jointly set. Other cities, for instance, in Paris, we see a promotion of cooperation with the younger generation, academies for the young people, etc. So young people are more involved in such issues. And allow me to add just one more dimension, just one other dimension. The cities are tested by inequalities. It is important for the cities to adopt actions that will protect vulnerable households. For instance, Barcelona citizens in the past few years, on the occasion of the energy crisis and energy poverty, etc., have applied a support program providing advices to how they can reduce their energy consumption, upgrading their buildings, etc. And there was a training of the municipal employees so as for them to be able to guide the citizens. So many things could be done. Climate strategies should be adopted, and the municipality can help in reaching agreements between the businesses and the city. Thank you. It is easy, I think, to draw certain conclusions. So we do need this climate awareness. Awareness goes far beyond information, because this allows you to participate, to engage into dialogue. And at this point, I'd like to highlight the following. Many times in these scary narratives, one might feel weak, paralyzed, feeling that they don't know where to start from. However, I've seen this a lot in my line of business. I've seen it. Leading by example. You don't need to be Barcelona nor London. You can be a city of 5,000 inhabitants, but have a good mayor who is going to initiate a process and say, well, okay, we'll let the big cities say what they want. But we in our city, well, we'll have a greener city, resilient city, participatory city. We'll activate everyone. We'll have platforms of participation, etc. People talk about culture. You've heard me say this time and time again. It's part of my life. For 27 years, I lived in Copenhagen. Well, listen up. This is a city with the best system in the world for bike lanes. In order for the Danish people to have bike lanes, they had put up many political fights for decades, but they created a narrative, an ecological narrative. It's a win-win-win-win situation for the energy, for an environment, for economy, etc. So in an environment where citizens see that there is this willingness to achieve quality of life, to show trust to citizens and allow them to participate, well, citizens will be much more involved in such a process. Oh, yes, in case of a flood or in a disaster, okay, they will help. But, well, do you know what a big problem for our country is? We do have this ESPAs, the National Strategic Reference Framework, or the partnership agreement between the country and the EU. They supposedly have very noble goals. Supposedly, one of these is training, okay? And interested parties say, okay, we're going to give lectures to schools and we'll do this or the other thing. And we spend a lot of money on one-way streets, on things that won't be continued, on things that are not sustainable. And we don't create environments whereby one would feel comfortable and at ease. There are examples of involvement in this sustainable dialogue where you least expect it from, without the tools of the big cities. I'm talking about small societies that have made up their mind to do something. And definitely what the previous speaker mentioned regarding inequalities, believe me, this is the thing that's missing in all the narratives, be it COVID or epidemics, global epidemics, etc. Let us not forget about the poor. Let us not forget about those who are particularly vulnerable. Do you know one of the best examples I've seen of sustainability and resilience in a city and in villages? We made note in our village or in our city of all those who, in case of emergency, we'll know where the house is, where they reside. We'll know where the elderly are, where chronically ill people who will be needing insulin are. This is called vulnerability mapping. And you do that, and this is not only good for dealing with the crisis, but also gives the citizens the feeling that they are being heard, that you are there for them. So such citizens will be much more positive and willing to participate in a dialogue rather than having experts coming in and telling them about lectures, providing solutions. So thank you all for your attendance, and I hope it will be even more pleasant later on.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Να παρακαλέσουμε.
Thank you very much. We would like to ask the third panel participants to take the floor. This is our last panel.
Μέχρι να ανέβουν οι επόμενοι ομιλητές και...
Well, in the meanwhile, and as the president, which gives me the right to abuse of your time, allow me, I had the intention to do it in the end, but since Mr. Tsimas is about to leave, allow me to announce the continuation of this initiative, the Protection of Nature Lab, which is a campaign towards the citizens to show what we can do, to give hope, as we said before, that is the fact that we can do something to leave aside the disaster discourse. And I make the proposal to Mr. Tsimas, if there is any interest, to do it together with Sky TV.
Όλο αυτό από εδώ. Στην Αλεξάνδρα να μην πειράζει το τέτοιο για λίγο. Να τρέξει την παρουσίασή του. Πάμε μετά. Πειράζουμε τίποτα. Πάνω πρέπει να το βάλουμε. Αυτό θέλω να κάνω τώρα. Έξω. Να πάω στο ενέργεια. Πού είναι αυτή η ενέργεια? Ενέργεια. Αν την μπαταρία. Να κλείνει. Να μην κάνει τίποτα. Ενεργοποίηση. Δεν φτάνει εκεί πάνω. Το δύο. Καλύτερο που μπορούμε να κάνουμε.
Ωραία. Προχωράμε στο τρίτο και τελευταίο μας τραπέζι για σήμερα. Ο τίτλος μας, η θεματική μας είναι περιβαλλοντική εκπαίδευση και επιχειρήσεις. Τα νέα επιχειρησιακά μοντέλα, η εκπαίδευση των εργαζομένων, οικονομία, τεχνολογία, καινοτομία. Έχουμε την χαρά και την τιμή να έχουμε μαζί μας τον κύριο Γιώργο Τσόπελα, πρόεδρο και διευθύνοντα σύμβουλο της McKinsey & Company Ελλάδας και Κύπρου, ο οποίος θα είναι ο συντονιστής αυτής της συζήτησης. Έχουμε τον κύριο Γιάννο Μητσό, ο οποίος είναι Senior Advisor, συντονιστής θέσεων και περιεχομένου στον ΣΕΒ. Έχουμε την κυρία Αγνή Χριστίδου, που είναι διευθύντρια του Ξενοδοχειακού Επιμελητηρίου Ελλάδας. Είχαμε και ένα τέταρτο μέλος σε αυτό το πάνελ, το οποίο δυστυχώς δεν μπόρεσε να παρευρεθεί μαζί μας. Είναι η κυρία Μαρία Αλεξίου, πρόεδρος του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου της CSR Ελλάς. Θα προχωρήσουμε με τα παρόντα μέλη αυτού του τραπεζιού και θα καλέσω τον κύριο Τσόπελα να κάνει την εισαγωγή.
Έτσι έχουμε και πολύ χρόνο, Καλησπέρα.
Apologies for missing. The interpreter apologizes. The microphone was off. Good afternoon. I would like to thank for this invitation. I was in the institutional investors meeting this morning. I was in the conference of institutional investors and I was invited to make a speech on the economic prospects of the country, etc. And while presenting data and statistical data and macroeconomics, I was thinking how different it would be. I come here now to talk about environmental education, sustainability of businesses, etc. Although the two are connected, if the businesses do not realize what is happening to us, they will not be able to be profitable or not even to survive. And the reason that we will see some things today is why we will not do well as businesses if we don't take things seriously. Big enterprises earn small enterprises. I have some pages to frame the discussion, and then we will have the Q&A with these dear friends. So let me start by saying that if you take the results of a survey as to where the ESG is to be found, environment, society, and governance, and the life of businesses, and see its importance for the various stakeholders in the ecosystem, one will see some very interesting things. Indicatively, as regards the investors, more than 100% see growth on specific funds around sustainability, and this is much, much more than the rest of capital flow. If we take the employees of the businesses, one will see, based on the last survey, that 70% of these employees believe that what the company has as values and sustainability plays a major role in whether they will stay in their job or not. For the customers, more than 40% of customers, it was 38%, but the last data I had is much more. More than 40% are willing to boycott products that do not follow the proper methods. We have also the regulators, the activists, and the general public, the broader public. So we have a lot of vigilance and awareness of the stakeholders on this major topic. Another thing that we try to approach, because we hear a lot of things, but it is good to know what is happening. We took these businesses that we consider as ESG pioneers, and we compared their performance on various levels with what we call ESG laggards. So the two extremes. We took outside all the things that could false the results, and we saw the differences. These are the differences. The way they increase their income. It is clear that we compare businesses in the same industry one-to-one, 10 to 20% more turnover, 5 to 10% less cost, 20 to 60% less value at risk, 4 times higher satisfaction and productivity of the employees. ESG pioneers with ESG laggards in the same industry. And we see 10 to 20% higher capitalization and also greater capital flow for their needs. So here, this is not a general discussion. These are concrete results when you are a sustainable business compared to not being a sustainable business. And when we talk about environmental education of businesses, let's take 6 important parts of the impact. Okay, you say that we need to have environmental education for businesses. Why? What's the gain? First of all, we gain the regulatory compliance. It is very important for a business and for its investors to have the investors feeling that the company is ahead of the regulations and not behind. Second, risk. Do you want to talk about risk in natural phenomena? Do you want to talk about the risk behind products due to lack of sustainability? So education creates the culture and the knowledge to stakeholders. We talked about cost. When the practices change due to the awareness and knowledge, immediately we have operational models that are followed that are much more efficient. We have also reputation and branding. The way the employees work is related to their creativity. We have many examples of businesses which, although they have a large technological subject, because this is not sustainable, they have missed a lot of opportunities. And finally, what we call an advantage that is not easy to copy, because when you have a culture of sustainability, this is not something that can be easily copied. We have seen examples from various industries as to how environmental education takes place in businesses. We have found 8 different methods. There are others, of course, but the most important ones are those. First one is masterclass. Audience and senior executives. The audiences to which they address themselves is administration, employees, suppliers, and the higher level is the customers themselves. What we have seen in our survey is that the most efficient solutions as regards environmental education have reached a level that they inform their customers, and they don't do it for commercial reasons. They try to inform and to have their customer base around this. We have masterclasses, digital modules, which are snaps for any audience on specific topics. Face-to-face workshops that are usually thematic. For instance, net zero in a specific industry, hospitality or industrial production. Then we have important partnerships among academic institutes with NGOs, with businesses. Around those, there are programs that are very important for awareness raising and education. There are also projects that are fieldwork projects, which are very important for various business employees at various levels. There are also roundtables, discussions, workshops, etc., networking events, and very important surveys and reports. So these are some of the methods. We tried to see who does what, and we scanned Europe and the US to see, at least for the academic institutions, what type of such education they have for businesses. And we found Cambridge, Oxford, Stern, Stanford, Harvard, MIT. 2 examples. Look at what Cambridge does. It has 3 different programs. Sustainability and leadership is the first one. It's a 2-month program. You go there full-time, 2 months, and in fact, you have a very intense course. They have the other strategic sustainability leadership workshop, which is in fact 3, 4, 5 days, at most 5. And where you go, there, it is not just for senior leadership, it is a broader participation. You have a snap. And they have also the customized sustainability education, which is virtual events and which is thematic. Same rationale is used by Stanford with different audiences and different types of education. So we see very clearly that there is a lot of mobility on this. And we should not forget that the universities do not do this for free. It is a source of income, but it helps. There is also a lot of mobilization in various organizations, international organizations, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, the UN, and others. They have embarked upon considerable efforts, important efforts for environmental education of the society and the businesses. So the conclusion we can draw is that, first of all, you go nowhere if you are not sure that the main stakeholders of the business have uptake of their knowledge and skills, and second, that there are lots of methods to do this. For our country, there are also important actions that can be undertaken and financed in order to reach the result that we all wish. That was the introduction, and now we go on with the discussion.
Μ' ακούτε? Ωραία.
So you can hear me now. So, dear Mr. Mitsos, the Industries Federation Association has undertaken significant initiatives in the past and still does vis-a-vis sustainability and environmental education and training. What is the basic agenda? What is the concept behind all this, and what is the goal? Thank you very much, Mr. Tsourpoulos. I'd like to thank the Hellenic Society for the Protection of Nature for the invitation, and all of you for being here. It's a great pleasure for us because businesses and industries are also part in this discussion with an agency such as the HSPN. We have established the Sustainable Development Council Board as of 2008, aiming at raising awareness on these issues, improving policies where necessary, highlighting the role to be played by the private sector and businesses on sustainability, and to increase and enhance their efficacy. All this pertains to subjects that are really complex. And since they are really complex, we cannot adopt any simplistic or simplifying answer or solution, because above all, what we need to make sure is sustainability and that no one will be left behind. We heard about that in the previous panel. We're talking about vulnerable people, but not only vulnerable people, vulnerable businesses, vulnerable countries, etc. So we tried to cover a gap vis-a-vis raising awareness on the needs and the ways, etc., and the necessity to train and educate everyone on the balances and the perspectives that change through sustainability. Our own federation's actions are actions on climate, reduction of emissions, adaptation of businesses, regulatory improvements, cooperation between businesses and the scientific community on technology that will provide solutions, consultation with the states. This is one pillar. Second pillar has to do with circular economy. On its own, it is a very important dimension of sustainability with both environmental and economic parameters playing a part. How we're going to promote it, how we're going to establish it, to have it institutionalized, its specifications, etc., particularly complicated and complex. Environmental legislation issues, environmental law. How are we going to build RES? How are we going to treat our waste? Everything needs to be simple in order for us to be able to implement it, because if this is a vague or unclear or difficult to understand document, then it's really difficult to comply. And fourthly, we have the SDGs dimension, the way we inform businesses on the incorporation and business decisions. So in fact, we need to have this as an organic procedure in the business. Definitely larger businesses are much more prone and ready to do that, not only because they do have the knowledge, but also they do have resources, they have employees, they can create roles and positions, and they can get better information from abroad and follow the international trends. We do all that. I would call upon you to check with the special reports by our federation. There have been news on the reduction of emissions, the biodiversity issues, and all its dimensions. So I'd like to call upon you to check what we have prepared. So, in fact, we work on 3 levels. The level of information and awareness, the level of capabilities, and the level of willingness and motivation. Not all businesses understand, nor are they in a position to implement such policies. Without a critical mass, nothing can be achieved, not either in society, nor in businesses, nor even Europe. This too is an important part. We need to understand that our only small part is not enough. We need to broaden this. So this is the foundation of the work of SEV, of the Industries Federation, in the past 15 years. Definitely, we need to be able to help businesses and the states. I'd like me to add on what you said, that your board, in particular in the past few years, has adopted a very active position. Now we have the single plan for climate and environment, and there's a heated debate on that. So the society is waiting with interest. Let me remind you that this is no longer an industries federation, because it has embraced smaller businesses as well. Enterprises. I think that the agenda is much, much broader, and this is an excellent initiative, indeed. Ms. Christidou, I wanted to ask you about hospitality. Rather than speaking about tourism, we talk about hospitality. So there are certain particularities, one of which is that we have very few large businesses and enterprises and very many smaller businesses. So there's this difference in size. What is the vision here? What is the goal, the purpose, and the basic directions regarding sustainability? Well, the European Union has raised really the bar, and we're talking about climate neutrality. I think that this is the vision of any European and any business in Europe. It would be wise for us to embrace it all. So indeed, yes, you mentioned that most of such businesses, hospitality businesses, are really small. And due to this mobilization in the EU to achieve our goals, etc., we see that there are constant regulatory interventions, updates of directives, the whole entire legislative framework changes, and this has an influence on the operation of businesses, and small businesses are before a chaos of new obligations. In our surveys, we've seen that businesses are really willing to embrace sustainability because, tourism and environment go hand in hand together. But there is lack of knowledge, lack of skills, lack of resources for businesses to respond. On the other hand, the landscape is constantly unclear. For instance, the EU talks about the environmental or ecological identity, and there's a new directive that's going to be promoted regarding eco-claims. Whatever you might argue should be documentable, verifiable, etc. So is this going to change the landscape? As a chamber of hoteliers, we're thinking about creating a platform that will provide information on such systems. But it's not just that. Many people ask us, how am I going to measure my environmental footprint? According to the EU, in 2 or 3 years' time, they're going to give us a data in 2 or 3 years, but we need a roadmap. Are we measuring correctly right now? There are no tools, there is no standardized guidance. This is what all these small businesses need. We have other competitor countries such as Italy, etc. Unfortunately, the speaker's microphone is not working correctly. So there is a level of response by businesses that needs to be accompanied by a response by the state and local governments. So many times we have excellent examples in Greece. For instance, Costa Navarino in Greece is a business which is unique. But we also have very small businesses that really do their best. Hotel businesses absorb approximately 90% of services and employees from the local government, from the local community, the local society. This is really important because they affect the local sectors of economy, but also the broader sectors of economy.
Mr. Mitsos, when we talked over the phone, you said, and I noted it down, you said that everything starts from the awareness that we're talking about a triple aspiration. We try to have carbon neutrality, economic growth, and social justice. I think that this is a very good description of some dilemmas that exist. Having in mind those pillars, those axes that you said, that you mentioned, which would be the most important actions that, as businesses, we could undertake in order to proceed to this direction? As regards education, well, regarding these 3 points, this shows the interdependence between the aspirations. And that is a very important dimension. There is a more technical dimension, especially for the industry, which talks about energy security, dealing with the climate crisis and competitiveness, because it would be pointless to achieve carbon neutrality, destroying the industrial sector of Greece or Europe. The social cost would be so big that it would be pointless. And this is something that we need to take on board when we design policies. Europe has 8% of emissions. It is very easy to place restrictions, but it is very easy for it to move and to move outside Europe. So this is a very important parameter. So we are closely collaborating with the businesses and with the state to develop synergies and collaborations. An alliance, I would say, because this is the true word. The businesses must understand, and we are working towards that, what is coming from Europe, what is coming from the government, what their customers would start asking for, what is changing for the employees, what is changing in competition. They should not be left behind, these employees, the older ones that is, etc. And if I had to choose the most crucial sectors where we need to, the sectors that would make the difference in terms of education is, first of all, to have demand for green products and green services, which are usually more expensive, more difficult to find, etc. So the market must understand that this is worthwhile. The second important, very important thing is The issue of NIMBYs, not in my backyard. We know them all. We know NIMBYs, especially as regards the environment. They have created a lot of problems. We saw it with the illegal landfills 15 years ago. We have started paying fines and we still pay fines. We see it together with the wind turbines. So the NIMBYs are based on lack of information, lack of education. You try to stop something without realizing that this is something better than what you have now. There is an initial dimension, a new dimension of preparation and crisis management, a huge topic which requires education, infrastructure, policies, and cooperation on all levels. There is a dimension, a crucial dimension as regards the knowledge and skills. And we need to have a critical mass. This is the basis. If you don't have a critical mass, you are the outsider, the outcast. A few years ago, people who were talking about environment were the outcasts. We were calling them post-materialist politics. Feminism and environment was in the same discussion. As you see, we have moved forward from that, but until this becomes something that the society knows about and acquires it, there's still a long way ahead. This is why this effort must be done at schools, in the universities, in the businesses, and among the business leaders. You know that very well. And of course, in the state, either we're talking about public administration or political power, which changes. Thank you. No microphone. No microphone. The microphone is off, and the question is not heard by the interpreters. Well, answer to the question that was not heard. I'll tell you what we have done, starting with education, which is very important. We have seen that the European government talks not just about education. We have seen in the previous panels how important this is for the primary education. We had to saw hospitality in primary education, and we prepared a program called Hospitality for elementary schools in the country. And this gives the pupils the opportunity to come into contact with the professions, to realize what are the professions. And this includes the notion of sustainability. It also includes other notions, acceptance, etc. And this is a skills program. It is an experiential workshop. We want sustainability to be in this specific profession, not something vague and general. We have also another important initiative. It is the Greek breakfast. It means that they use local raw material, authentic products. They come into contact with the producers. They have prepared a type of breakfast where the hoteliers, together with the producers, they discuss together, and they need to show the gastronomy of the region, so that the tourist feels and understands the values in the local community. And we have seen that hotel businesses spend 88% of their expenses in Greek products, and approximately 36 to 40% is spent on local products, not national products, local products. For wine, it reaches 90%, which means that indeed these are important factors for circular economy. Moreover, the issue, we try to connect sustainability, hospitality, and we have an accelerator which we call Capsule T Accelerator, Traveling Hospitality Accelerator, startups in the field of tourism participate in that, and we have included the sector of sustainability. We are in the 6th cycle of acceleration, and there are companies and there are some that invest in sustainability. There are few, but it shows that there are technological startups in the field of tourism that put the weight on sustainability. Sustainability on beaches was a topic for a very important one now that we discuss about the beaches and the access to the beaches, etc. Last point to discuss is the issue of cooperation and what we said on the phone, the lonely course, etc. How can the various agencies, the bodies collaborate, and what do you gain from this?
I think that the short answer would be everyone should cooperate with everyone. Okay. But I need to be more specific. I think that big businesses, as you mentioned it, Mr. Tsoupalas, have an advantage. They are not laggards, but rather they are at the top of their positions regarding the information, etc. So they set the tone. Their role is really important because they can highlight certain aspects of subjects for the state and the way these subjects are handled. For instance, sustainability in Thessaly from the day after. This is completely different as compared to what would be the case 1 month ago. Anyway, this is good for big businesses, large businesses. Smaller businesses have no idea as to the ESG obligations, etc. They have limited information, but since ESG on its own is really complicated, there are complexities vis-a-vis the E, the S, and the G. So, through small ecosystems of sustainability for small, medium, and larger businesses in joint chains or in circular economy. This could be a good example because it's not that competitive. Because you know,
η κλική όμως είναι το δικό μου σκουπίδι, είναι δικιά σου πρώτη ύλη. Οπότε ήδη από μόνο του έχει μια άλλη προσέγγιση. Οπότε νομίζω ότι με τέτοιου είδους οργανικές, μικρά οργανικά βήματα είναι αυτά που χρειαζόμαστε παρά μεγάλες άνωθεν αποφάσεις που θα δώσουν ένας πολύ ωραίος τίτλος, αλλά δεν θα έχουν από κάτω και δεν θα έχουν όμως από κάτω τίποτα το πρακτικό. Μικρά πρακτικά βήματα, τεκμηριωμένα, συλλογικά, αξιολογούμενα για το τι θα πετύχει.
With evaluation of the goals achieved and the goals not achieved. And the cost of non-action is also an important concept, a new dimension. What about hospitality? Yes, as I've already mentioned, hotels are factors of inclusion and dissemination of sustainability because they cooperate with all sectors of the economy. They have their employees and the tourists. So these are hubs, in fact, that can become a synergies potential. They can form networks, and we know that networks operate and are efficient. We are not talking about formal clusters. We are talking about informal networks. And I think that such networks do have the power to impose their values that are embraced by everyone against the established people who don't understand the values. So all these networks that serve sustainability are the ones that are going to make history. Yes, well, only 2 or 3 words. Thank you very much for the insights and for the discussion. 2 or 3 thoughts. Well, the first one. I think about our work in the past 2 years, and I think that we have done a lot vis-à-vis strategy. I wanted to let you know that there is no business for which we have prepared the strategies where we haven't invested on strategic sustainability or sustainability strategy. Do you know why? Because businesses, initially the large businesses and then the medium, average, etc., are obliged to report their environmental compliance objectives. So, we didn't like regulation, but this was positive for us because there was this obligation to set a goal. So this led to the need to raise awareness, provide incentives, and acquire skills, because this is the triangle of success that you mentioned: to know, to have the incentive, and to have the skills and qualifications to do that. And another thing I'd like to say is that we had the Net Zero Greece last year. What is it? We find a way through which Greece is going to achieve its environmental goals with the least cost for society. This was an important input for all plans that followed, because indeed it paved the path and it showed the best way for society. You know what it showed? 60% of actions that can be used for the environmental footprint are business positive. That is, these are business cases where, without giving grants, they make their own money. So that means that the current value of future cash flows compared to the current value of investments is profit, and the rest, 45%, 20% of which, following incentives, they can become positive. And there's another 20% where one wonders whether they should move on to implement this. So the people are with us. It's not just the investors or the regulators, the businesses themselves, the employees, the suppliers, the clients, all of us, whether willing or unwilling, will be led where we want, where society is aware and knows how to reduce its environmental footprint. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was the third panel, and we will conclude with that, with the president of the society, Mr. Nikos Petrou, who is going to share with us the conclusions. I know it's quite late and you're all tired. I'll try to be really, really brief. First and foremost, I'd like to warmly thank all the participants, the speakers. I think that you will agree with me that this has been an excellent event. We heard a lot of interesting things, and the positive thing is that we are in agreement. Before I move on to the conclusions and the closure, I'd like to make a comment as to what Ms. Christidou said, that there are no tools to measure the environmental footprint. I will disagree. This is the green key, mind you. This is an FAE program implemented since 2009 by our society. We are second around the world in the units that are included. We're talking about a quality label and a tool that includes 65 strict criteria with measures regarding environmental footprint, waste, water consumption, energy consumption, reduction of food waste, and there are tools to measure that, and the details and data are uploaded in a database. Therefore, this is absolutely transparent. We are talking about a global program. This summer I was in Brussels representing FEE, and there was a cooperation with the European Commission processing this new directive on labeling, which we consider really significant because it's going to put things in order in a landscape that's really unclear. And at the same time, there's this twin program, the Blue Flag. I imagine most of you have heard about that. It doesn't have the strict elements of measuring as the Green Key, but there is an evaluation of the environmental footprint, etc., regarding shorelines, marinas, etc. The Green Key in particular is a tool more appropriate for smaller businesses because it allows them to reduce their environmental footprints with all the positive influence and impact, reduction of cost. It's a very strong brand enhancer, etc. So let's move on to the first transparency. To conclude, I have to highlight what Kostas Kartalis said, that we need to keep on placing emphasis on. There are solutions. There are solutions in every sector. So here we need to check the quick wins, the low-hanging fruits, saving energy, more efficient use of energy. I would wish that Kostas was here because in a speech last summer he had referred to how wrong was the Execonomo program, where they haven't dealt with the actual causes of the problem here in Athens. So here by saving we can reduce energy consumption. I'm not only talking about electric energy, I'm talking about transports, reduction, etc. The system could change. This is a very good thing for mayors. Dietary habits. We need to curb the meat consumption because this is one of the biggest drivers of climate change. By simply reducing the consumption of meat, we can change things. Protection of natural ecosystems. So why try to find the new carbon sinks when we have them already there? We need to protect what we already have. But the loss of the Dadia forest, I'm not talking about 1 million stremas, etc., the biggest forest fire in Europe in written history. Think about the carbon sinks that we have lost from this loss and what kind of emissions we had following the fire of plants, etc. So let's protect and restore the natural ecosystems and prohibit new mining, new explorations. So this is the elephant in the room. For many years, we have the COP UN sessions and meetings where we haven't been able to include in the official documents that both oil as well as natural gas are causes of emissions and they contribute to climate change. We're only talking about lignite for the past 28 years. Only last year we were able to include in these the loss and damage issue. The losses felt by the poorer countries because of the practices of the developed countries. But there's a huge lag. What I was saying regarding the fifth block, which is due to the lobbying of the fuel industry, the fossil fuel industry that would misinform people for many decades. And this is a reality that we fail to face. There can't be that there are no commitments and binding decisions on that. There's this climate summit in New York. Will there be something that will oblige and bind the countries? We're talking about financial aid to developing countries, 100 billion, 1 trillion, etc. There is no mechanism to guarantee that such money will be granted to them as promised. So the global community should understand that the big reserves of fossil fuels need to be left where they are, because if we remove them, there won't be any case for us to revert this phenomenon.
Γιατί δεν προχωράει. Έχουμε το επόμενο βήμα, μπορούμε να το πάμε
να
μπροστά, γιατί από εδώ δεν μπορώ να το κινήσω, που είναι ο μεσοπρόθεσμος ορίζοντας. Έχουμε πράγματα τα οποία χρειάζονται και χρειάζονται και σημαντικές επενδύσεις και χρειάζονται... Ωραία. Θα φύγουμε λοιπόν.
I apologize. The speaker has moved away from the microphone. We can't hear.
Για να δούμε, ναι. Ωραία, βελτιώθηκε.
Let's check. So, with the horizons set by the global community and the EU by 2050, etc., what we need is investment, and we need to convince people. This transformation is painful, and all of us need to come to realize that we can't go on with the same way of life. This consumption model is to a large extent responsible for climate crisis. So we need solutions in this transformation that will be radical. We're talking about Thessaly, Karla Lake. Costa said that Karla has simply reacquired its initial size. That was the natural space that it occupied in the past. So if this happens again, any plan for for Thessaly needs to take into account that there can be no villages in this area. Therefore, the villages that had problems with floods in the past, etc., should be transferred or moved to higher altitudes. So if there are no such adaptations, we won't be able to go on. And unfortunately, the cost of rehabilitation is much higher than the cost of prevention. And there's, of course, a huge social cost. Once more, please. Zero emissions. Of course, obviously, we won't be able to abolish all fossil fuels and all uses, so we need to find a way to remove the carbon equivalent. Another important thing, transformation in agriculture. We're talking about the future of Thessaly. We need to find different ways to exploit the earth. Low emissions agriculture. This needs to be factored in the discussion. We cannot have plans on the basis of data of the previous decade or of the previous 20 years. And moving on to the long-term horizon, of course, yes, restoration and rehabilitation of natural ecosystems. We're talking about the restoration, rehabilitation, together with the preservation. So we will fix the destroyed areas. We create new carbon sinks, etc., on the basis of nature-based solutions. So we'll see what happens with flood. The solution is not to put concrete around the Picrodaphne stream. The solution is how to find ways to have this stream absorb natural flows. There is a dispute with the region because we have objected against the project of the stream. So one thing that should be done would be to excavate the delta of Pykrodaphni. Had it been the same rain that we saw in Thessaly, in Athens, we would have lost many different neighborhoods. So we need to excavate the estuaries in order to allow the increased volume of water to reach the sea. This is not a permanent solution, but there are some things that can take place immediately. And finally, moving on to the long-term horizon, where we are talking about technologies of carbon absorption from the atmosphere. And here there's a huge risk that is not talked about because we keep on hearing about plans to have the carbon dioxide absorbed from the atmosphere, transfer it to underwater reservoirs, etc. There are many different technologies, such as solutions to send sulfur aerosols that will reflect solar radiation, etc. We're talking about terrorizingly risky solutions that unfortunately are presented as an alibi. We are to continue with what we're saying, because we're saying by 2030, by 2040, such technologies will have improved. So until then, we are able to use fossil fuels. No, this is really risky because they haven't been put to test, and I don't think that we will be able to apply them in the scale necessary. So if we are to base our hopes on the fact that we'll be able to go back in 2050 because there will be some technology that will be invented, there's a big trap. So we need to be really reserved. Concluding, to see how we can move on to this transition, we have the different science, listen to science, all those politicians. So, solutions are provided by science. We need to see when is the appropriate time to implement such solutions. Cooperation, synergies, I think Mr. Mitsos mentioned it. There should be cooperation with everyone. What is important here is the ethics and the fairness and justice. Justice amongst countries, within the countries, the poorer levels, the farmers, the lower economic classes. There are many different examples. And justice at a global level, because we cannot ignore the fact that there are island states that will vanish from the map if there's a rise at the level of the sea by half a meter, and still we have us consuming oil and carbon. So this climate justice thing needs also to be factored, and we need to support those developing countries who claim that, yeah, you were doing this all through the years and you're asking me not to exploit my carbon, my oil, and deprive in that way my citizens from what you have enjoyed for years. Well, we need to support these countries. This is a big part, and this is where the entrepreneurship plays a part. Leveraging of capitals, etc. This is missing. We keep on hearing promises in COP summits, etc., but there is no mechanism to impose such decisions. And of course, we are all liable, responsible, bottom up and top down. And I think that the horizontal catalyst is education, because educated citizens will change their way of life. They will transform their grief and stress into action. They might select political leaderships that are environmentally literate and support mayors that guarantee that they will be doing things, and they might call for the implementation of such practices. We all need education. Thank you very much.
Πάρα πολύ. Σας ευχαριστούμε όλους πάρα πολύ για την παρουσία σας.
Thank you all very warmly for your presence. Those in person and those online. There will be a cocktail served on the upper floor for those who wish to continue with the discussions. Thank you very much.